I've been waiting all my life for something. I've been down the darkest roads and up in the clouds, but I've always felt that something's missing. That was until I found you right there in the crowd. You came into my life and started a fire. You made me feel like I could touch the sky. Oh, there's nothing missing now that you're my desire. Now all I have to do is to make you mine. 'Cause I know, and you know what we could be. Like a song, like a perfect melody. Baby, don't say you don't believe in me. 'Cause you know, and I know, we're onto something good. You know, and I know, we got something good. I've been waiting for the one forever. Finally I got you, baby, here in my heart. When I'm with you I feel so much better, oh yeah. Before you I was just a shell, so stuck in the dark. You came into my life and started a fire. You made me feel like I could touch the sky. Oh, there's nothing missing now that you're my desire. Now all I have to do is to make you mine. 'Cause I know, and you know what we could be. Like a song, like a perfect melody. Baby, don't say you don't believe in me. 'Cause you know, and I know, we're onto something good. You know, and I know, we got something good. Follow your heart, baby, don't be shy. Just follow yours and I'll follow mine. 'Cause I know, and you know what we could be. Like a song, like a perfect melody. Baby, don't say you don't believe in me. 'Cause you know, and I know, we're onto something good. You know, and I know, we got something good. Something good. Something good. Life goes up and it goes down. I know my mom taught me that. I figured why we fool around so little, and we keep track of time, being so serious. Idiots thinking it will matter, keep me company downtown before the clock runs out. Sun is shining, but the rain is welcome too. Friends are nearby, don't need another view. Time is not on my mind, but then it's you. Oh, I love it when the love comes around, and then I remember all things must pass. But I'm not gonna wake up, wake up. I'm not ready, let me have another day. Don't wake up, wake up. Keep it steady, 'cause I'm happy, I'm not gonna wake up. No, no, not yet, whoa. No, not yet, whoa. No, no, not yet, whoa. I'm afraid I'll end up nowhere. They keep saying I'll be fine, but how you know that I'll be there when it feels like I'm always welcome to. Friends are nearby, don't need another view. Time is not on my mind, but then it's you. Oh, I love it when the love comes around, and then I remember all things must pass.
Okay, everybody. It is that time. We are ready for another Friday, another episode of Beyond the Doll. So, why don't we just get started with that, huh? I'm going to change our views over. Hold on one second. Okay, hello. Hello, everybody. Good evening. How's everybody doing? Hopefully, everybody has had a good week and is ready to just chill out with another episode of Beyond the Doll. Okay, so today is episode 17 of Beyond the Doll. I am your host, Shizusan, and my beautiful assistant with me today is the lovely Chitose Multiverse, which I haven't actually taken out of the display case in so long. So here she is to hang out with us tonight and our special guests. So today we're going to be talking about custom doll accessories, and we have some very lovely guests with us tonight from KitnKatShop, and let's introduce them. And let's see. Hold on, I'm messing up now. There we go. Hello, welcome to
Hi.
the stream. So this is KitnKatShop, Corey and Anna. They are here today to talk to us about custom doll jewelry. Starting up their own business and some other anime goodness at the end. So for people that don't know, Kit and Kat is a shop that you can buy custom doll jewelry. And I will let Corey and Anna take away what it is that they do. So if you would like to introduce yourselves for everybody watching tonight.
Well, Kit and Kat are observing. So they are Kit and Kat. They own the store. They're the social media entrepreneurs. Corey and I are just the humble worker bees that,
You're the humble employees.
That give them shelter and I'm the sweatshop.
I'm IT support.
IT support? That's your official title in the Kit and Kat shop?
among other things.
Yeah.
But
Among other
yeah,
things.
mostly that.
and as most doll owners know, they demand a lot of things, and it's up to us to either find it, buy it, or make it.
Right. So, with that being said, one thing I like to do with all my guests that appear on my show is kind of get to know you a little bit better as individuals, and not just Kit and Kat the shop and the employees of the shop, but kind of want to get to know like how you got into everything and got started. So why don't we start with how you got into the hobby itself? Did it start with smart dolls? Did it start with Volks, or did it even start somewhere else, like something totally unrelated that kind of got you towards the end and ended up here?
Well, that was Anna's the person at fault here.
Yeah.
So
I'll take the blame.
I'm gonna let her start.
So
okay.
It actually started with Lego.
Really? With Lego? Okay.
He was an adult fan of Lego long before Lego decided to market to adults.
Mm-hmm.
And we would go through the toy aisle on our evenings, and he got me into making the Friends.
Oh, the set, right?
The Friends set.
Yeah, okay,
the
cool.
original ones. And he showed me these things called MOCs, make your own creations.
Mm-hmm.
And so I started building basically doll houses.
Well, because in the Friend sets,
they have mini dolls.
They don't call them mini figs; they call them mini dolls. So
okay.
And back then, I had Flickr was a thing for photographers, and people would make dioramas. And I had made doll houses before and miniatures and stuff like that. And I thought, well, diorama's not bad. I mean, that doesn't take up a lot of room, just one room. But I was seeing dioramas done with fashion dolls, and it just something clicked about these are not my Barbies from my childhood. These dolls can move and pose. And one of the dolls that they did were called Momokos.
Oh yeah, I know Momokos. I have a good friend of mine, Roger, that collects Momokos.
So I wanted one, and I went on the internet and I kept trying to find somebody who, would sell them locally. And that's when we found Fabric Friends and Dolls. And so tried to convince him that we needed to make this trip to Gaithersburg. Gaithersburg.
Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, I believe it is Gaithersburg.
And because she had them on sale. And this is little Miss Merry-Go-Round. And this is Wake Up, and she's been redone because he helped me build the first diorama, which was actually a Parisian themed maid cafe. So she's got her little...
Oh, wow. She's got her little cafe maid outfit.
Yeah, and the job I had, I also used to get quarterly bonuses. So I had a check and money burning a hole in my pocket. So while I'm trying to decide which of these dolls I want to get.
Yeah, I was not a doll person. I had zero interest, with the exception I did like the Monster High dolls that you had gotten into.
Because he liked the cartoon.
And the webisodes that they were doing, not the movies that were all CGI, but the little short flash animations that they were doing.
Yeah.
I thought that those were hilarious. But so she's talking to Ira, she's going through all the little dolls, and I'm just kind of wandering around. Well, I was talking to her husband because he was watching Gunsmoke. And I walked back to the back, and I just kind of glanced up, and I see these anime dolls, but they're 2 feet tall. They were up on a shelf. And I had been collecting anime figures for a very long time. And so I'm looking at these things like, holy crap, these are the biggest anime figures I have ever seen. And I was about ready to walk out with one, but then, talked to Iris, and she told me the price of them. Like, no.
He like literally grabbed me by the arm. He goes, "Come look at these things." And I look up, and it was the original Mirai and the original Kazuna.
Yes.
In their jeans and the penny loafers and
the
beanies,
the baseball.
And I was just like, wow, because the detail on the clothes and the shoes were leather shoes, with real soles. And then I looked a little further down, and I saw the little card where she had handwritten how much they were.
Yeah, that a lot of individuals that just start in the hobby, I think that's like the biggest shock. When you're new to the hobby and you just want to get into
literally
it.
That day, that was the most I had ever spent on a doll. I mean, because until this point, Barbies, porcelain dolls. My mom had some of those, and I knew those could get kind of pricey, but I thought I was, spending a lot of money.
Oh, I thought you were spending a lot of money.
That's pretty funny.
And it was like the whole ride home, I was like, but they're bigger dolls. Well, and I could sew for them and make nicer clothes.
It just so happened that about a month after that, I already had tickets bought and everything. Me and a buddy of mine, we were going to meet up in Tokyo. And at that time, the Culture Japan stuff was still very much Culture Japan. So the dolls were coming with the regional maps of the area, with Mirai being the spokesperson.
Yep.
And so her husband, I can never remember his name, but he gave me one of those maps to take with me. But I'm looking at that and like, no, I buy my anime figures from comic book stores. Half the time it was when they were on clearance. And I just thought, there is no way. well, number one, I'm going to Tokyo in a month. I can't afford $500 because there's a lot I want to see and do in Tokyo.
Right.
And so I'm like, no, as cool as they look, and they're fantastic, and they're huge, just can't do it.
Yeah, but what he's not telling you is he started to stalk Danny. Because back then Danny had kind of done his, typical Danny humor. He had taken like, what problem does Smart Doll solve?
Oh, that did crack me up. I hesitate to say this, but when I first looked at his website and he was talking about what everything was, it was like, looks like this guy just found a template for how do you write a business proposal, and he answered everything literally.
But it's also when he was showing the dolls with the USBs and how basically it was going to be like a Persicom, from Chobits.
From Chobits,
that
right.
just totally...
Oh, that got me.
Yeah, and then he was showing Smart Doll Plus and how this one was going to be, able to move on its own. And
well, Danny did. I don't even know if it's still available anywhere, but I do remember that he had done one of his April Fool's things, and he had put together one of the Smart Dolls with motors, and it had very limited movement. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't the USB torso. He actually had put motors in the arms.
That was the 1/3 scale. It was a 1/3 scale doll, not the Smart Doll Plus. And this was actually in the very beginning of Smart Doll, when he was starting to release the original Mirai and the original Kizuna in those clear boxes. And he was doing, he was trying to advertise Smart Doll at the time, like as a doll that would possibly be able to move. And, he put motors in them, and he got it to the point where they could dance the para para, and they could wave.
They were on a stand, right?
It wasn't standing. It was sitting. Yeah, it was like sitting, but it was doing the hand motions like this, and like, and it was like kind of moving back and forth, and he got it to like wave, he got it to bow, all while sitting though. And then like I think he just dropped it after a while. I remember asking him about it, like whatever happened to that project. He said something like the motors were just too expensive, and he couldn't get it to move the exact way he wanted it to move. There's just limited technology in that field right now for such a compact, small design.
Right.
Yeah.
So he kind of I think he kind of dropped it for the time being. And I think he said something like if technology ever got to the point where it could be miniaturized and fit in a doll of a 1/3 scale or maybe a plus scale, he might revisit it, I guess. But that was a long time ago when he did those.
Yeah. Well, that's
like I said, it was a 3-year period before we bought our first one, because we just kept coming back to them. They just kept coming up, and we just kept coming up with these ridiculous scenarios. And I was working full time, he was working full time, but I had like a little side business where I was selling like 1/6 scale doll fashion stuff on Etsy, and it was just a little hobby money thing. But I kept saying, oh, but these dolls are so much bigger, I could use real zippers, and no, let me do the patterns. We'll do the photography, it'll be so much easier to do realistic photography with these bigger dolls. And like I said, they just kept coming up, and they kept coming up, and they kept coming up.
Well, one of the things that started changing my way of thinking on this was while I was in Japan, went to Akihabara, and I bought a lot of stuff at Akihabara. But one of the things that I saw that I really wanted was for display only, and it was not for sale. And it was roughly a 1/3 scale.
Was it Senna?
Yeah, 1/3 scale posed Senna from Haganai. And that was one of my favorites. So I asked the guy behind the counter, look, I know that's not for sale, but I want to know if it ever was for sale, what was its price? And he told me it was like 250,000 yen. So I'm like, okay,
that's a lot.
500 for a 2-foot doll is actually a fairly good deal. So that kind of stopped me thinking that's just way too much for a doll, no matter how big it is, $500.
Then you started daydreaming about which one.
Then I started looking at all of the different ones that were available, and I'd look at all of them like, oh yeah, I like this one. But the thing that kept me from pulling the trigger at that time was that they were all original characters. They weren't based on any actual IP. So there were no characters from any of the anime that I liked. And up to that point, all of the figures that I had been buying were all characters from the animes. I had kind of a connection to them.
Right.
So there wasn't as much of the draw to these original characters that Danny was putting out like there would have been if it had been one of my favorite characters.
Right.
But they just kept looking at me and saying,
He's bookmarking the site.
Oh, I had
watching videos.
Yeah, I've had it bookmarked. I'm on YouTube looking at them. I'm looking at every single product and scrolling through all the pictures.
I did the same thing.
Realized that one of the first videos that we watched was one of yours.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, when you were at convention and you were carrying around Chitose and you were all excited and showing the convention and everything, and I was just like, look at this, oh, it's so cute. And then the Kodamas, he used to do photography. He hasn't been active, I don't think, on YouTube in a while.
No. He recently released a video, like I think a month ago. It was like a very short video.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's been kind of MIA for a while. I mean, he's a new dad, so he's been very busy with it.
It got me because
kids.
He actually did a photo book, the Black and Whites, the portrait series.
Yes.
That was just like right up my alley, with the photography thing. So
right.
It's sometime in the spring of 2019, I think, is when it started becoming he's like, I got money, I'm gonna get one. And I was like, well, you can't just get one.
Right? You can't.
Then we're gonna fight over it.
That's absolutely true.
I really didn't understand what she was talking about. Because my stuff is my stuff.
So I remember us sitting down. It was like, he goes, okay, if we're going to get two, who we're going to get? Because I'm going to get this one. And then I saw Kanata and Kanata, and that was it. I wanted Cat. I wanted the one with the cranky face.
That was pretty much when I coined the resting tsundere.
And I remember we went nuts because it was like, once he finally pulled the trigger, we got every bust. We got every hand pack.
Oh no.
2 pairs of high heel feet.
Well, I think we actually did 3 orders in 3 days. So the first order was just for the dolls.
Yeah.
And the only thing that was actually added to that was Kanata's glasses.
Yeah, because she didn't come with the glasses at that point.
That's correct.
That was when he was starting to offer the doll with the outfit or without the outfit, the underwear set.
Right.
So we made the mistake of just buying them with the underwear set. And then quickly realizing, oh, they need shoes and pants. And I think the first thing I made for them was I made them each pair of jeans from Danny's free pattern and the t-shirts they wore, because I think it was like a month after that we took them out on the road.
2019 was a big year.
Back in the day when they did come with the outfits and the shoes as like part of the bundle, and then you had the choice between doing that or just getting them in the underwear. If you really priced it out, you actually were getting a deal buying it with the clothes. Like it ended up like, because if you were to buy each piece separate, it would have cost more than what you would have paid with the doll plus the clothes or the bundle.
I think part of it is because at that time the outfit was the same for whatever doll you got.
Oh,
and we would have 2 pairs of green pants.
And I was not a fan of the green pants. And it almost screwed up our entire smart doll career because I didn't know the rules, and I actually emailed Culture Japan thinking it's a big company saying, hey, we're getting 2 dolls. Is it possible to get a different pair of pants with one of them?
Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah. And Danny actually replied to that one personally.
Yeah,
Mhm.
And he said, "No, this is the way it is." Oh, okay.
Yeah, but you know what? I think when you did that back in the day, that was during the time where I don't know how to say this the right way, but that was during the time where like Danny was more open and receptive to answering like people's questions and stuff. And it's
Yeah.
not that he's not open to it. Like he likes talking with people, but I think as the years went on for Smart Doll, uh as it progressed, he started getting more and more like custom requests or complaints or something, and then he started to get like really tired of it after a while. So like and that's when you start seeing the different changes where he was just like, well, this is how Smart Doll is going to be sold.
Yeah.
We don't want you asking, to change this or change that. Like that's when he started doing all the disclaimers. Like because in the beginning when he first started Smart Doll, there were no disclaimers. It was just like, here's the doll. You want the doll,
Yeah, I
buy the
remember
doll.
that.
And then after a while, progressively it started to change with one disclaimer, then two disclaimer, then there's like
Yeah.
then it started being
Now
a
there's a
question.
questionnaire.
Yeah, now it's a questionnaire. When you try to buy, you got to click the questions.
It's actually not even a questionnaire. It's a pop quiz.
It was like a pop
It's like
quiz.
if you're gonna adopt a child, you have to foster parent the vetting process.
Yeah. Because I mean, it's funny. We only talk about this with Smart Doll. We don't talk about this with any other doll company. And I
No.
think the reason why is because Danny Chu's more open about it. He's basically telling everybody that watches him, he's like, hey, look at all these emails I get. Look at all these requests I get. You wouldn't believe what I get. Whereas other companies like A-Zone or Volks, they have PR teams, they have legal teams, they tell like the owners what to say, what not to say, how to reply. You know what I mean? They have their own customer service center for that takes care of all those things, and they don't release any of that information. I'm pretty sure A-Zone and Volks gets some pretty ridiculous emails too, requesting certain things or complaining about certain things, but I believe those companies just don't share it. And
Yeah.
the fact that Danny Chu wants to share it, he wants to be like an open book, and he tells you, look, this is the emails I get. Like, you don't believe me, here it is. So
Yeah, he just posted one like an hour ago.
yeah, he did. So like, and then
It's
people are either upset about that or they're okay with it. Like it's really two different sides of the fence, and I just think the only reason why people are complaining is because it's something they were never exposed to, and now they're being exposed to it.
Yeah.
Like,
well, I
In
think
in all honesty, we kind of rubbed us the wrong way in the beginning, and then as we started being our own
yeah.
store, it's like,
Well,
I have a lot more sympathy for Danny now.
yeah.
to Bulk started as a model company,
Yes.
DIY kits and stuff. So when they
Yes.
did the dolls, it was just the idea of, okay, now we have a kit for girls.
Yeah, his wife wanted it. At least that's the
Yeah,
story I knew. It's
so-
just his wife wanted to do something for girls, and the dolls came about.
But with Danny, Mirai was very much it's obviously a passion project for him.
Oh yeah.
And so he's very close to Mirai.
Mhm.
It's not so much a product. It was more of a piece of artwork that he put out into the world.
Mhm.
And I can kind of understand how he's very protective of it if you look at it that way.
Right.
He's not just selling you a product, he's giving you a piece of himself. He's giving you a piece of something that all these employees have made, because these are all made by hand.
Mhm.
A small shop. I mean, when you think about when he sits there and tells you he's got like 15 people, that's very few for the reach that his company has to be international.
Mhm. Yeah, and if
so
now that the borders are open, and people can travel to Japan, I'm really hoping that he reopens the store so that people can come and visit,
yeah.
because I was very lucky that I got to go and visit the store before the pandemic, so before everything closed. And for the few individuals that actually went to the store and got a tour, you actually get to see where those employees work, like where the research and development is. And it's not really a lot of space. And, it's a very small tight-knit group of employees. They're basically his extended family. He treats them like family, and it's a
Yeah, and
very small family
that's
business,
my big
basically.
regret from my trip to Japan, is that because I'd only seen the dolls one time and I wasn't really into
Right.
dolls, I never even made an effort to go and visit the store. I could have come back with one of those,
Yeah.
but it wasn't on my priority list at the time, because it was okay, I saw them one time at one store, and they were not a passion project of mine. So I had the opportunity to go when it was open and never did. So now I'm basically, okay, I needed to wait for two things to open, the border and the store, and then I can start thinking about going back to Japan.
Well, part 1 is done. The border is open so far, so now we got to wait for Danny to decide to open the store back up.
Well, I'm not making that trip and not visiting Smart Doll again.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because we became Smart Doll collectors, but it wasn't really we became Smart Doll collectors. It was like you had in your mind the storyline of Kit and Kat, and then we kept adding characters to the ensemble cast.
Yeah, I think that our progression went. Kit and Kat showed up, and then 2 days later,
Which, by the way, that's Kit and Kat.
Yes.
So that everybody can see who they're talking about.
So we had to get we got Felicity and
Zumi came.
Yeah, Zumi and Okami, which were Felicity and Freedom, literally came within 24 hours of each other. And we immediately swapped the wigs, swapped the eyes.
Yeah, so basically there was like this initial landslide of dolls. FedEx knew us.
Did you get those awkward looks sometimes? Like, I know I did. Like when the UPS guy, or the United States Postal Service guy would come in the beginning. This was before he started using DHL, and he was shipping EMS. And I remember the United States Postal guy used to come up, and he had this box that says Smart Doll, and you had to sign for it back then.
Yeah.
And I remember trying to plan my day so I would be home on the day it was shipped, so that the box wasn't waiting outside. I didn't want like a $600 doll waiting outside my house. So like I made sure I was like home. And I remember the guy coming up with this box, and then he looks at me, and he looks at the box, and he looks at me, and he's like, okay, sign here, sir. Like, you know what I mean? They would give you that look. And then after a while, when I started buying more and more dolls, he was just like, hey man, I got your doll here.
Yeah.
Like he knew me already.
Yeah, we know our mail carrier by first name.
Yeah. Well, for me, I was kind of lucky because I was already well known for a hobby that is stereotypically for kids. And so people already knew that I was very much into Lego, and it kind of toughened up the skin a little bit to really not care, because and I decided, you know what does it matter what somebody else thinks of something I enjoy? Right. So yeah, I do still get the looks. I mean,
yeah.
And I
all doll owners can relate to that look. We all know that look.
Well, you and I, for men, it's even more awkward. I mean, yeah, you might see an adult female toting around a doll, but that's somehow a little bit more acceptable. It seems like for a male, you have to, if you're not of a certain sexual persuasion, then you're just a pervert for having one. So
yeah, that's one of the first things that comes to mind for people. Like some random people, like, not trying to be mean, I guess, but some random people would come up, once in a blue moon, and they'll be like, "Oh, what is that?" And I was like, "Oh, it's a smart doll, or it's a Dolphy Dream." And they're like, "Is that like some kind of hentai thing, or like so?" And I'm like, "No, it's not." But like, people for whatever reason they automatically assume that. And one thing I thought was really interesting, I had one person comment, I forgot where it was, if it was like Facebook or Twitter or something, but somebody commented to me and said, well, you only get that look because dolls are made for girls. It's primarily for girls. It was designed so that girls can, relate to being a mother and having children, all this kind of things. And I was like, that might be your experience, but if you kind of like look back in the past, like way back in ancient days, dolls were for any gender. Like Aztecs made dolls, like medieval times, like boys and girls had dolls. Even in the 50s, your GI Joes were originally dolls. They were like 10, 12 inches tall. They were dolls that you could dress up.
My Barbies all dated GI Joes.
Yeah, you could dress them up. They had like big accessories, like big guns and stuff, but they were dolls. And then there were other collectibles like Mego dolls for boys. You had the Star Trek dolls, you had the Mork and Mindy dolls. Like, dolls have not been exclusively for girls for all of time. Like,
I always
people don't
found
realize
it really humorous that if you look at a lot of the Barbie collectors, they will be Barbies are girls for dolls. They're dolls. Dolls are for girls. And any boy that plays with a Barbie, that's wrong. But then they go nuts over the fact that Robert Tonner designed clothes for him. It's like, okay, but this is a male designing for the doll and you're fine with that. Why does it have to...
Yeah.
I mean, the same could be said for like regular clothing designers like Dolce and Gabbana. I mean, those are guys. Like, I mean, and they're into whole fashion. Like, I mean, it's just
like about the new generation. They're very much, we're gonna do what we enjoy. We're not gonna put limitations on something that is positive, fun, and enjoyable. So yay, kudos to you guys.
Oh, I want to do something real quick because I actually forgot to do it at the beginning of the show, but I forgot to. I always forget to shout out my peoples in chat. So
I've been watching it. Hi everybody.
Hi everybody. So I want to acknowledge a couple people that have been here. Yoshi Plays, welcome to the stream. Tempest, welcome to the stream. PMB Sakura, welcome to the stream. Crypt, welcome to the stream. Batman Jackson, yo, welcome to the stream, everybody. I see a lot of you are, having a good night, saying hello. Tempest wants a Momoko doll, apparently. And she needs to make a pilgrimage to Fabric and Friends. It's a great story. You should definitely check it out when you have the chance, Tempest. PBM Sakura says, that's it for me. A friend had one and saw it, and the detail and clothing hooked me. Yeah, like one of the things I always say is that when you see it in person, that's when it really hooks you, because like pictures and videos don't do it as much justice. They really have a certain kind of appeal when you actually see them in person. Let's see who else is in here. Crip says, as a former admin on Facebook for one of the groups, some of the things people say, and I can only imagine what people personally message to Danny. So yeah, I can only imagine like what kind of messages he gets. He probably only shows us like a small fraction of the things that he gets. He probably gets a lot, and like I said earlier in the stream, I'm sure every company gets a lot of complaints and emails. They just don't share it like Danny does, and you could either argue whether you like him sharing it or not like him sharing it. I guess you could be on either side of that fence, but he's one of the few that actually does, and I appreciate that. Like, I want to know what's going on. Like, I think it's cool to have that kind of view. Tempest says that we should all save up money for a super doll meetup in Japan. Dude, that would be awesome.
Get your lottery tickets, because if one of us wins, Corey's decided that we need to arrange some kind of super doll meet where we all go to Japan.
That would be pretty awesome. There was one there was an emergency doll meeting that happened when I was in Japan. So I didn't actually get to that part of the vlog, but it's supposed to be the next episode. But essentially what happened was a lot of us doll collectors that were in Japan during the big Typhoon Higibis thing, the scare, we all started posting. I think it was on Facebook at first, who's in Japan. I hope everybody's okay. And then I think a bunch of us started commenting, I'm in Japan, I'm visiting. And then like other people were like, I'm visiting. And then they started a Facebook Messenger group. And we're still friends to this day. I'm still part of the group. And we all message each other, oh, I'm in Chiba, or I'm in Tokyo, or I'm in Osaka. And I said, hey, when this storm clears up, because we're all caught in it, we should all meet up. So like all throughout the storm that was happening, we were all in our hotel rooms. Some people made it to shelters because they had to evacuate certain areas. And we're all messaging each other like, oh, are you guys okay? Did your hotel evacuate you? Do you guys have food? Like we all kept messing each other back and forth. And we decided that the next day when the storm is gone, we all meet up. And we actually did. We all met up in Tokyo. I think it was a group of 7 of us that met up in Tokyo. And like we all went to like Volks, and then we went out to eat, and then we went out to take pictures and things. So it was a really good time. And like I said, I'm still part of that group, and we still talk every now and then, about different things coming up and what's going on in our lives. But that was definitely awesome, just meeting people in Japan and going to doll stores together and seeing things. That was really cool. So I'm down, Tempest. Like, if we could somehow coordinate everybody's schedules. We all have to
buy lottery tickets, so if one of us wins, we all go on that super doll beat.
Yeah, if we could all like coordinate our schedules to like align at the same time and all have money at the same time to go.
I've had this as a lottery plan for quite some time.
I know that like the first time I went to Japan, I specifically picked that time of the year because I was planning to go to Idol Festival. So the next time I go to Japan, I'm definitely scheduling it around a specific event in Japan that I want to attend. And hopefully the next time I go, there won't be another typhoon causing the event not to happen. So
I'm jealous. I didn't get to go on the Tokyo trip because I had training for work.
Oh no.
Again.
Well,
I was working in medical insurance field, so we always had training. But yeah, because I got to live in Okinawa for a little over 4 years.
Oh, you did?
Thanks to the military. But I didn't get to spend a lot of time in mainland, so I always wanted to go back so I could, see those things.
See, this is why we gotta save up. We all gotta save up.
Danny makes it hard though.
Yeah, because he keeps releasing things, and I'm like, you know how hard it has been to not hit that add to cart button every time he posts something. And like even today he posted for the gray doll. Was it the anomaly one in gray? Oh. Which one was it?
Well, in the past 2 days, he's dropped 3 grays.
Oh, he's dropped 3 grays. Yeah, there was a bunch of grays he's been dropping.
He did Fortitude Semi-Real yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And then he did Anomaly and another one tonight. I can't remember.
Oh, Future. I'm like looking at it on my phone now. Future was released.
Yeah.
And Anomaly was released today. Yeah, like he keeps posting all these really cool stuff that I want, and I'm like, I'm literally sitting there with my phone in hand like this, and I'm like, add to cart. I really want to add to cart, but then I'm like, I really want to go to Japan though. Like, like I don't know what to do. I've been good about it though. I mean, I've been good about saving and not spending for the past at least couple months.
We haven't.
Like, I think what really got my butt in gear was that my group of friends just went in December. The minute the borders opened up, they went, and like I'm like really jealous now. So it's like now I really have to break down and save because I want to go.
Yeah, I have that same problem. When you go to the grocery store, all of the little items that are right there by the checkout, they call those the impulse buy items.
Yeah.
That's how I see the world.
Like it's the same thing. You know how the people always tell you, don't go food shopping when you're hungry, kind of thing. And it's like I'm always hungry for dolls. So like every time something posts, I'm like, ooh, I want that.
I have to like stay away from certain social media because some of our friends on the internet are enablers. And I remember it was earlier this year. somebody showed a doll and everybody was like, oh, that doll is so cute. And we all went to the same site to buy the dolls and basically bought them out. They had no dolls available for sale.
Oh,
And
oh my
one of them, if
goodness.
he's watching this, he bought like 5 of them. And we were all like, how dare you?
Let's see. Crip says, I bring up that in Egypt, dolls were made and kept to bring into the afterlife to work for your soul so you can rest. Yes, that definitely was a thing. They definitely buried, especially important people. Like important people, they had like little like doll statues that were like buried with them to help them in the afterlife kind of thing.
So we're the dolls to the dolls.
I don't know. I mean, maybe, when my time comes, I might have to put in my will to put me to rest with Chitose. She might have to be in there with me.
Her
I
head
don't
becomes the urn.
know. she might have to be like to rest with
That was
me.
not cool.
Like I could definitely see that maybe being a thing that I might put in there.
That's where you hide the money. That's where you hide the inheritance money.
Tempest says, next year I'm going with my husband and our friends, but maybe a time after that. Oh, so you are going. Okay, that sounds great, Tempest.
I don't remember getting an invite.
So moving on. So we talked about your origin story and how you got into the hobby and how you got into smart doll and things of that nature. I know that also, because we talked a lot about smart doll and stuff, but I know that also you guys have started getting into A-Zone dolls as well. Like I know you guys you got like a Kano and you got a, what was the other one that
you can probably see her, the pink and the gray over here.
Oh yes, I see that one off to the side.
Yeah, they're out of their cosplay costumes and in just kind of winter casual wear.
Yeah, and like what do you because I don't get the opportunity to talk much with other individuals that have A-Zone dolls, but what are your impressions as A-Zone doll owners, especially for the bigger the bigger 1/3 scale ones?
The fact that they had the wig so you can interchange it.
Wasn't it his fault that you got Kano?
It was
it was my fault.
No, it was Kano winter date and you did your unboxing and I went, fuck.
2 days, because that was the soonest we could get an appointment with Iris.
I emailed her and I was like, I'll put it on layaway. I'll put it on layaway. Just a little chunk at a time. We'll do like 3 payments. And then she was in stock and it was like 24 hours later. It was like, I made payment 2. Can I make payment 3 now?
Can I make it in person? Can I come see you? Do you have any openings?
Yeah, it took me a while to get into the larger A-Zone dolls because the original ones that they started with, they had like the hair that was implanted in the skull so you couldn't change them. They had like the painted on features like the eyes and stuff. And it wasn't I wasn't really jiving too much with it. And it wasn't until they started the Happiness Clover line or the Iris line that they started doing wigs that you could take off and eyes that you could change. That I started actually really seriously looking into them. And still, even though there were a couple dolls already released in that line, and the one that I really wanted was I couldn't get my hands on because it was like super rare. And then the next one that came up was the Kano. And I really fell in love with the winter store direct version because I love lavender, and her outfit like had lavender accents and her eyes was lavender, and I was like, I really wanted that one.
The release one, so she's all burgundy.
The regular release one was available, but the store direct one was all sold out like everywhere, and I couldn't get my hands on it, and I kept saying in a lot of my videos, I was like, oh, there's this special doll I want, and it may be coming soon. I'm working my hardest to get it, and I did. Like I was coordinating with Japan Doll Direct. I had them going to different stores trying to see if they can get me on the pre-order, even though the pre-order ended, and then they found some random person in Japan that didn't want theirs, and they got it from them, and then they sent it to me. So I was really thankful for Japan Doll Direct for helping me get a doll that was pretty much sold out. So I ended up getting one. I was very happy with it. Like, I absolutely love Kano.
Iris was my connection on that one. Then we went to go pick her up. I think she had gotten quite a few because she had several boxes that were all kind of sitting around, and he had to get one too because.
We went there, and I have my own routine when we go to Fabric Friends and Dolls. I chat with the husband. I watch whatever Western he's watching for a little while
because he's always watching something.
I believe this time it was Wagon Train.
Yeah.
Before, but Iris had other 50 centimeter A zones, and she had the Sora-chan, which was more in the anime aesthetic that I'm used to.
Yeah.
You know, the bright colors, the fancy outfit, and the little teddy bear. And so Iris opened one for me, and I looked at it, and the more I looked at it, the more I thought, you know, it's really not fair that Anna gets a doll and I don't.
But I honestly, when I got her out, and she's squishy.
yeah, the
They're
A-Zone
softer than Smart Dolls.
The A-Zone dolls are softer than Smart Dolls. They're even, I say they're even softer than the Dolphy Dream dolls. And they're very, very squishy. Like, you could really like squish down on their thighs, their arms. They're very like malleable.
The posability on them is really amazing. In fact, we took her to one of our local doll meets, and I was sitting there showing them, look, she can do calf to thigh and knees up. She can do that. You know, if you put her in a kimono, she can do the kneel. She can do
the A-Zone 1/3 scale dolls. I can't remember
my martial arts days, you know, when you sit on the mat.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, when I remember the dolls, the 1/3 scale A-Zone dolls have great posability. Like, that you can do like a lot with them. And the only drawback for some individuals is the double jointed knee and elbows that you see. So some people don't like that, and they're a little discolored. Like, if you notice, I don't know about your Kano, but I know my Kano, the knees and elbows are slightly off in color from the rest of her body.
It only like shows up in certain lighting.
I guess so. I mean, I never really gave it much thought, but I know that when I was posing her during the unboxing video, I definitely saw like a little slight difference in color between the knees.
Well, their skin tone is very, I mean, they're lighter than the milk.
They're either lighter or just about the same. It's one of those.
They're definitely lighter.
They're definitely lighter.
Yeah.
Kit and Kat are both milk.
Oh, okay.
They're pale next to them. They make milk look cinnamon.
Well, it's not the same because yours, Sora-chan, she is closer to the actual milk color, but Kano is paler. I mean, if you look at her, Kano is visibly paler than the other A-Zone.
I do remember that if you go on the A-Zone website for Kano, I think the Google Translate actually translate her skin tone to super whitey.
Yeah.
So like, and I don't understand the translation. I'm not sure why it translates like that. It's so weird. It's like, I was like, super whitey. I was like, that's a really weird Google translation.
And normal skin.
Yeah.
Well, normal for who?
Yeah, well, that's not the best English we've heard lately.
Yeah. So, but like, I think
that's something I was kind of used to because of with the Nendroids and the small Obitsus, the little OB12s, the little tiny dolls.
Yes.
You buy parts and pieces and you put the Nendro head on top of it.
Right. Right.
So I was kind of familiar. I kind of knew she was going to be pale.
So yeah, I mean, I think what they were trying to go for was to say like semi-white. I think that's what they were trying to go for, but for whatever reason, Google Translate put super whitey, and I was like, it doesn't. I don't know about that one, Google.
Yeah, well, it was it earlier today?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got an email from Good Smile Company because I've bought a couple of things from there, and they were saying we've got these things coming out, and one of them was a Comey Can't Communicate bunny girl. And so I clicked on it and it went to the Japan link,
Okay.
which was all in Japanese, and then Google my
Google
browser
Translate.
automatically translated it, and it came up as Comey suffers from communism.
You gotta love that Google Translate.
Communication and communism, they're same root.
They both have double M's.
They both start with a C.
I will say there is one thing about the A-Zone 1/3. Because they are jointed like the Dolphy and the Smart Doll, where you have the pin that goes up in the arm.
Oh yeah.
The two part that holds the pin is short.
Yes, you're right.
Anytime you move that arm, it's doing.
Yeah, it falls off. I experienced that too with my Kano. Like I was playing with her because I was trying to pose her for a certain pose when I was at Colossal Con, and like the arm just slipped right off. And that was the first time I actually looked inside, and I was like, oh, the connector inside is really short.
Yeah.
I was like, it doesn't. I was like, that doesn't really
it's
hold
like the
that
windshield
well.
wipers on my old Nissan Sentra.
But I mean, overall, they're great dolls. I would definitely buy another one. I'm just waiting for that it doll from A-Zone that will be calling my name. I was hoping it would be the Marine, but not really satisfied with their version.
I've been trying to find out if I could find out any new information about the QZ body.
Oh yeah, it was, I think it was like the
Yeah.
QZT7 or something like that.
Yeah.
Or yeah, they talked about it at the last Wonderfest, and they did all this advertisement about it and marketing, and then after that we never heard from it again. like I don't know what happened to it, like, because it looked really promising. It looked really
went
good.
to an alternate universe with Pocket Smart Doll.
Yeah, and ever since then I haven't heard anything out of A-Zone about that. Like, they have no press release, no marketing about that. And it's been like almost a year since that happened. But that was that was strange.
Yeah, he put in for the lottery for the Dolphy icons.
I want one.
The tawny one. We didn't get picked. So
yeah, neither did I.
That one hurt.
Yeah.
That one hurt because I actually have to, for lack of a better way of putting it, I have to feel a connection before I'm willing to pull the trigger. And that usually means that I really like the way it looks, or it's patterned. It's a model of a character that I already know and like. But man, that one, it was just kind of a fall in love. I mean, I saw those pictures and I'm like, oh.
Yeah, I have bad luck. I have bad luck with lotteries. I remember somebody posted on one of the Facebook groups, I can't remember which one. It was one of the Dolphin ones where they were saying, "Oh, this is my first time entering a lottery for your, how does the lottery work? Like, is it like what's the odds of winning?" And I remember posting on that same post, I answered the question. I said, "I don't know about everybody else, but me personally, when I got into the hobby in 2011, I've entered almost every lottery, and I've lost all of them. I have yet to win a lottery from Volks till this day."
Well, at least we're consistent, right?
Oh no, I lied. Actually, I did win a lottery, but it wasn't for me. I entered the lottery for a very good friend of mine that wanted one of the resin dolls. So I put in a bid for a resin doll.
Super doll piece.
Yeah, and I won that, and and I gave it to them. But other than that, like the dolls that I actually want, like the anime doll, like I've never won a lottery. I've lost every lottery.
Tempest Aisha, yes, that is the one that we're talking about. Thank you.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember the name.
Oh
she
yeah,
had
the tawny one.
On her face, and I said she looked like Mila Kunis when she first started when she was 14 on that 70s show.
I could see that. Yeah, I could see that.
Feathered hair.
She was just beautiful.
All right, so we talked about your background. We talked about dolls for quite some time. I want to get into
Sorry.
like no, that's fine. We always do this on my show. It's all about the tangents. I should rename this to Beyond the Tangent because my show with every guest we always go on tangents and I love it. I love it because it brings you to places that are really cool. But to bring it back to the show, because I know a lot of people were interested in the topic at hand, why you guys are here, which is for the doll accessories and stuff like that. So now that we know how you got into the hobby, like what led you guys to decide, hey, maybe I can make some accessories for my dolls and make it into a business? Like how did that happen?
Well, because we really are doll people first.
Well, she
We're
was.
collectors, doll people, and I was doing the dioramas, and
Mm-hmm.
I was doing the clothing and everything else, and for the smaller fashion dolls, they come with accessories, you know, jewelry,
Mm-hmm.
flashy, blingy things, and so I came to him and I went, "Can I drill some holes in Kanata so she can wear earrings?" And he
Oh
went,
no.
"Absolutely not."
Yep.
No. I was like,
Because they were on my credit card. So that was pretty much, you are not taking a thumbtack to a $500 doll. No way, no how.
It's very funny that you bring that up because when I first started in the hobby, I got Dolphy Dreams first because Smart Doll at the time was still in prototype stages. They weren't released yet. So my first doll was a Dolphy, and I remember they came with earrings in some of them. Like Cheryl had earrings to put on, and was it Kaede had earrings, but their ears weren't pierced. So like you'd open up the manual, and luckily at this time the manuals had English translations, and it would say drill a hole into the ear to put the earrings on. And I was like, I'm not drilling a hole in my $700 doll. Are you nuts? Because like God forbid I screw it up, because I know I probably will. Now I'm gonna have this ugly messed up hole on my doll, and it's like, no, I'm not doing that. And I remember that's when I first came across you guys. Like I was like looking up doll earrings like way back in the day, and I came across this shop called KitnKatShop, and they were advertising like magnetic earrings, so you didn't have to pierce the ears. And I saw that, and I was like, oh, that's awesome. And I remember I purchased from you guys like way back in the day. I bought like a set of earrings.
he was the one that came up with the idea
Really?
Well,
of how to do it for me, and we went through several different kinds of prototypes,
Mm-hmm.
and there was a very large Smart Doll Facebook group,
Mm-hmm.
and eventually it ended up splitting off.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember we were actually showing people what we were doing, and it kind of became a like, okay, well, you have to buy 100 of these, the parts,
Mm-hmm.
and you have to buy 144 of these.
Mm-hmm.
We only need 2.
well, to back it up just a little bit,
Yeah.
we both had experience selling on Etsy prior to ever getting Smart Dolls at all.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Anna had been making, part of what she was doing for the dioramas and the smaller 1/6 dolls was she was making clothing for them.
Mm-hmm.
And so just the way she works is she makes the pattern to work off of. So she just started scanning the patterns and putting those patterns up for sale on a separate Etsy store.
Mm-hmm.
And I had
You had to counter cross stitch.
Yeah, I was selling cross stitch patterns.
Mm-hmm.
They were pretty much all based on old arcade game screens.
Okay.
So I was going into an emulator and playing the game and screen grabbing and doing a 1 pixel per stitch translation.
That's pretty cool.
I've got down in the basement right now actual size cross stitches of Pac-Man and Donkey Kong.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And they are perfect translations, but it was just kind of a okay, I made this so I could stitch it for myself,
Mm-hmm.
but may as well see if I can get some money out of it. And then one of
Right.
them got a DMCA, so I'm just like, this is bringing in like $5 every other month. I'm not gonna risk this, so I just shut it down.
Right. Okay.
We both knew about Etsy.
I still had the Etsy, and I said, well, why don't we just make one for the bigger doll patterns to separate them out? And well, why don't we put together some of these and see if other people want them? And I remember our first kit came in this little teeny tiny cardboard bonbon box.
Oh yeah, it was a little craft box, and we were rubber stamping something on top of it.
And pretty much that's how we ended up getting started, because I wanted something, I couldn't find it, or I'd find it, but I go, well, there's got to be a better way to do this, So that's how we ended up having a business. Yeah.
We, before Danny really made it public and just flat out stating for everybody, look, I'm the customer of my store. I just let you guys buy what I buy.
Yeah, he did.
We were already doing that because we would come up with something for us and for our dolls. And since it was something that could be replicated, we would put it out there. So, but pretty much everything that we have, if you see it for sale on the store, it's because we made it for us or for one of the characters that these dolls are.
Right.
And then we just said, okay, it works. We like it. You guys like it?
Right. Yeah, and you're right. Danny Chu did say the same exact thing. Like, he makes this stuff for him, and it just so happens that other people like it, and he's decided to sell it. But everything that he makes and everything he produces is to his liking. Like, it's what interests him and what he wants to do, not what people are asking for kind of thing. So I definitely can understand that.
And our philosophy is, is this something that we would buy?
Right.
Would we pay the money that we're asking?
Right. So we already know about, your two lovelies right here, Kit and Kat. We know how they came to be. So they are basically the owners, like you said, of the store.
Yeah.
For KitnKatShop, and you guys are the employees. Now, what I wanted to ask is when you finally decided, okay, I'm gonna make a store selling all these doll accessories and stuff like that. I know you said you had an Etsy store before, but now you're making a store specifically for Kit and Kat kind of thing. How did you come about, like, one of the things that you start when you start making a store is, like, you got to choose, like, your theme, your coloring, your branding. And I know you already have, your theme kind of laid out with Kit and Kat, but, for instance, this is a picture of, like, your website. Like, what made you decide that, hey, we have the two girls, Kit and Kat, but how about this logo? Like, how did that come to be to be something that represents you guys and your
I'll
shop?
Start.
Okay.
You can fill in. So their names are actually Kitsune for Kit, the blonde, and she's very outgoing, kind of mischievous, silly. His
she's
personality.
actually based on an anime.
Is she?
Yeah. I got that name from Love Hina.
Oh my goodness! Yes, I know that character now that you mention it. Yes, the one that drinks a lot.
And I already knew from other stuff that Kitsune means fox.
Yeah.
So I had picked that for the what I can. Yeah, thank you. Once they come in the house, they no longer have a Danny name.
You change the names.
So, and then for mine, she had that serious face, but I didn't want her to be a tsundere. I didn't want her to be cranky. It just kind of played on the idea that she's the quiet, serious one. More me. Because, I tend to be shy unless it's doll stuff, and then I can talk for hours. But her name is Katsuki. And the two kanji I picked are summer and moon. So that's the background of the logo.
Oh.
So
The
the logo
fox is on the
actually
moon.
comes from the two dolls' name, Fox and Moon.
His doll is
Oh,
the
okay,
extrovert,
cool.
so the fox is in the front. My
Mhm.
doll is the introvert, so she's in the back.
She's in the back. That is an awesome story. Like I've always like when I visit your shop, I look at this logo and I'm like, that's a really cool logo. Like there's got to be a story behind it. Like, and that's a really cool
And
story.
actually, this is weird because I'm the one that went to school for art, but he actually did the artwork for it. We sat in front of the computer and he found the pieces and he drew the fox.
Yeah, the
with
one
the
thing,
pen tool.
because we were doing this for a store, we absolutely 100% did not want to grab some clip art or some Google image
Yeah.
search and find something from that. So it had to be original art. So that's why I went into Photoshop and basically did this whole thing from scratch, because number one, I didn't want any kind of a copyright issue, and number two, I wanted it to be scalable. So I wanted it to have all of those references so that if you made it bigger or smaller, it maintained the same look.
And that a lot of that was because I had a photography major but graphic design minor, and they always talked about making a clean logo,
Right.
that it's instantly recognizable. It can be read if it's, on a business card a quarter of an inch, just as well as if it's full size. And using color theory, you've got orange and turquoise or orange and teal, which are opposites on the color wheel. So again, we're playing up on that whole idea of guy, girl, introvert, extrovert, and it's not overtly feminine, but it's not,
it's not too masculine
either.
Okay, I have to interrupt you because this is just
sorry.
blowing me away right now. Tempest, yeah, I cannot believe that this has been a part of our store and part of my doll's name for this long, and it never even occurred to me that a baby fox was named Kit.
Yeah,
I never made that correlation.
I didn't know that either.
Well, I did. That's why it's so frustrating. I actually have a cousin named Kit because of baby fox, and to me, it's always just the shortening of Kitsune.
Well, and our Facebook became KITNKAT because Facebook at that time, you could only do a name. It wouldn't let us do the N in the middle. But a lot of people thought I was Kitten. I was Kitten. But we actually did that because that kind of allowed him to have, we were talking about how people perceive doll people and everything else, that this was kind of an account that we could share. And he could be part of the doll community and not have to deal with using his personal account and friends or family who might not understand the hobby.
Right. Oh, I get that.
Have to deal with those comments, so we could make it a safe space.
Ben's here.
Oh, hey, Ben.
Welcome, Ben. Thanks for joining the stream, Ben. Tell Kat I said hi. But that's a really interesting story. I love that story of how that logo came to be. I honestly didn't. I knew there had to be a story behind it, but I never thought it would be something as intricate as that. That's so cool. Like, I mean, since we're talking about logos and stuff, like when I was starting my channel, I was like, I need like a logo because YouTube has that little logo on the bottom right, and a lot of people do different things. Some people put their name, some people put a picture of themselves, things like that. And I was like, in the beginning of my career, I didn't want to have my face shown. So my earlier videos is just music, and like you can just see my hands and I'm like unboxing stuff. So like I never really was on there. So I was like, well, if I do that, like how do I represent myself without showing myself? And I was like, I need some kind of a logo, but I don't know how to make one. So I called up one of my really good friends in the doll hobby, and she's a great artist by the name of Harina on Instagram. And we got together at a Starbucks one day and we were talking about like logo ideas. And I was like, well, what can people instantly look at at least within the hobby and know that it's about dolls. And like I was like, at first I was thinking about the Leonardo picture where like the guy with like the multiple hands and the legs, like the anatomical thing, and I was like, well, if I just switch out the guy and make it a doll, that would look cool. But then that's like too intricate. Like from far away,
Yeah.
you can't really tell what that is, right? Like it just kind of looks like a spider maybe from really far away. But like I was thinking, well, why not like a doll like head, like a silhouette of like a head? Like I was like, that would be really cool. And we started vibing with that idea, and we kept making different logos with just the doll head. And then I was like, but it's just weird if it's just the head, right? Like I should have my name on there. So then we tried doing Shizusan at the bottom. We tried putting like an S in the head, and then like I came up with the idea where I was like, hey, why don't we like take the letter S for Shizusan and then just wrap it around the head, like it's hugging the head kind of thing. I was like, is that doable, or does that sound too complicated? And she was like, no, I'll write up some designs, I'll mock it up. And she sent me like maybe 20 different variations of the S, like hugging like the silhouette of the head. And I finally came down to the one that you guys see now on the bottom. I think it's on the bottom right hand side of your screen. And it just ended up being like that, and I was like, that's it, that's the logo, that's how I want it to be. Like it has the doll head, so people in the hobby or in the know knows it's a doll head, like especially for ball jointed dolls of the 1/3 scale, like Dolphy Dreams and Smart Dolls. And then it has my initial, so why not? That works. And like that's kind of how like I got my logo to go. And I definitely thank Harina because she did a lot of my artwork for this channel. So I'm very appreciative of her. For she designed Sachiko, she designed the logo, she designed a lot of other little pictures which I haven't revealed yet because I'm saving them for a specific something. But I really do owe her a lot because I'm very artistically challenged. I can't draw for anything. But I
think
like
the
your
only
logo
mistake
though.
we made was not paying attention to the fact that Kit and Kat sounds a lot like Kit Kat the candy bar.
Yeah, that
that was a bad move.
yeah, that makes it difficult to find us in a Google search because basically you get 2 pages of variations of flavors of Kit Kat bars.
Oh
But I
man,
like Kit Kat, so
I like it. It's a very catchy name. I really do enjoy it. So you made the website, you got your logo and everything. So then how did you decide? I know you wanted to make accessories, but how did you come to the decision of like exactly what it was that you were going to carry? Like did you think, oh, just earrings, or or just necklaces, or whatever? And I know that you started with earrings and then you kind of branched out to a bunch of different things, which we do have a picture here. So you have like different kinds of jewelry, you have different
basically
patterns,
anything that needs a magnet.
Well,
cosplay,
we
props, things of that nature. How did the deciding factor of like what you were gonna put in this shop come to be?
well, it all kind of flowed organically
Yeah.
from other stuff. So technically the first thing that the store was selling, and it was when we were just on Etsy,
Was the
Mhm.
kits and the
it was the
earrings and
patterns.
Well, yeah.
It was just the patterns
Mhm.
for probably the first 4 or 5 months, I think.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And then like we were talking about earlier, the I finally dialed in all of the things that I felt were necessary for the earrings to work, and I was really picky about it.
Mhm.
I we have so many magnets kicking around here from when I was trying to dial in the perfect size and strength
Mhm.
and how is this all going to work. And uh so once that was dialed in and we started selling the Kit and Kat kits
Mhm.
and the various jewelry, so now it was patterns and jewelry, and we kind of started getting a bit of a reputation,
Yeah.
a little
Well,
bit. But then the third box there, that was from Diana the Doll Fairy. She started us on that
Oh,
because
for the cosplay.
she wanted to do that a
the
unicorn.
Fable's her name.
And she was asking in the groups, anybody have any ideas on how to do a unicorn horn for a custom face up, and people directed her to us. And so we came up with the unicorn horn, and then we wound up with devil horns and all these other head accessories using
this. We could do that.
Along the same philosophy that we were doing with the earrings. It has to hold, it has to look good, and
safe.
It can't damage the doll. That was the number one thing behind everything that we were doing, is you should never have to poke a hole. You should never have to glue. Everything is working and reversible.
I absolutely love it. Like I said, I am an owner of your Kitten Cat kit, and I absolutely love, like, it has just enough tension, like with the magnetism between the earring and the peg inside that you put in the doll head, and it's strong enough where if you're moving the dolls around and like, or the wind is blowing, it'll never move, it'll never fall off. But it's also light enough where if I want to remove the earring, it comes right off easily. Like like you must, like you said, you did a lot of testing. I can't imagine how much testing you did to get the right strength, because I feel like it is the perfect amount of magnet strength for those earrings. Like they are great. I absolutely love them. Well, my Chitose is wearing them right now, and they're amazing.
And it was kind of organic, and there were some things that we've tried that we have decided that we're just not going to go in that field. Like I said, I used to do the patterns, and the patterns really was because I like to do things that are very detailed and time consuming. And I knew that I like to do the miniature knitting, tiny knitting.
Right.
But it takes almost as long as it would if I were to hand knit a full-size sweater. And I'm using things like merino and alpacas and cashmere, and you have to find a balance between, I have to invest all this labor. It's a lovely piece, and people are like, yeah, this is fantastic. But when you sit there and say, they say, make me a sweater, and you go, okay, it's going to take me 3 days. And they're like, oh, I can just buy a sweater. So yeah, so it's when you separate out a business and you want to be serious, you have to, like, advice for people who see something and say, well, I can make that and I could sell it and make money. But you have to think. And for us, a lot of the things were a progression. So we started with the magnetic jewelry, and then with working with the doll fairy, we ended up making the magnetic attachments. Well, we were making the magnetic attachments with a 3D printer.
Right.
Well, now we have a 3D printer. What else can we do?
So just started growing.
This is on a replicator, computer make.
That's really interesting.
And then it was, I see something, but I couldn't find what I was looking for. And wanting to do the realistic photography and the dioramas, a lot of people will buy things that they work, but it's not ideal. So, you can buy American Girl 18-inch doll stuff, and a smart doll can hold it, but it's not meant for a smart doll.
Right. So the proportion is kind of like a little bit off, things like that. Right.
Yeah. And they don't get grown-up drinks like coffee. They get cocoa.
Yeah, milk. They get that's right. They get cocoa. They get milk, little juice boxes.
So that's kind of what's led us to the fourth item on that list.
For the props. And speaking of the props, I've noticed that they have been selling out like hotcakes. Everybody loves them. I mean, I personally love them too. I'm very lucky to have one of your props in my possession, and it's one of the coolest things that I have. And they are really, really cool. I really enjoy them. I can't wait to see other things that you guys come up with in the future regarding that.
And that's kind of what we've been doing now, because we do it to the best that we can, but we always know that we can do it better. And that's the way the kit was. We had that cardboard box, but Anna's like, well, people say they lose the little bits, it has to be something better than a cardboard box that once you open it, you have to throw it away because it's destroyed. That's when we came up with the tin.
Right.
Because the tin is reusable. You can keep that. You can travel. You can put the bits in it. The necklaces that we do. One of my doll friends has an issue that with her hands.
So do I.
And the lobster clasp and the spring rings, well, I have arthritis too. Those are hard to do. And a lot of times the lobster clasps are kind of large. So, they want to ring around to the front. So I was like, well, there has to be a better way to do this.
Right.
So that's when we started realizing that we could use basically the same technology and make a clasp out of the earrings. And now we've got something that's lightweight and it's easy to use. You just have to get it close enough. But also still safe, because if the doll falls or something, or if it catches, it'll release. You don't have to worry about scratching or damaging the doll, because again, like he said, everything has to be reversible and has to be safe.
Right. So when you make these accessories, like I've took a gander at your website quite a few times throughout the years, and I noticed, like, you keep adding more and more, which is, every company does that. They add more to their repertoire. Where do you get your idea for what you add? Like, do you see earrings in like a magazine and you're like, oh, those are cute? Or do you see like a celebrity wearing something? Yeah, like is it like Pinterest? Like, what's the the hit new like earrings today? Like, or is it just your personal taste, like something that you would wear, kind of thing?
We have literally been out eating dinner, and the waitress and he goes, "Where did you get those?" Let me see your earrings. Let me see a closer look of your earrings. Or the checkout girl at Target. Can I look at those?
Okay, so you can all see me on the screen here. I am an old graybeard bald guy. I look like I belong on a Harley. Can you imagine the looks I get in Claire's?
Like walking through Claire's? Yeah, I can imagine. Like, cause I already feel awkward going into Claire's with my wife and my daughter. Like, I can't imagine you just like kind of going in by yourself.
Been there, done that. There has only been one occasion where it was not awkward, and that's because my daughter-in-law was the manager of that particular Claire.
So that helps out.
But we're always looking for any kind of, whether it be the jewelry section of Target, or going into Claire's, or somebody wears earrings that are noticed, or we're just scrolling through websites we're looking for something specific, and then something else catches our eye, and we come up with an idea that would also work. But
and I'm going to be honest, there is a box under my desk in the jewelry room that's full of rejects.
Oh yeah.
Is it because you were trying to create your own design, or is it because the design that you wanted to copy was just too hard to do in that scale, like in such a smaller scale?
We try not to copy a design.
Inspired by, okay, I'm a girl,
right?
And actually, my daughter-in-law runs a boutique.
Oh, cool.
She actually sells clothes and accessories and stuff, and we talk about that. And the dolls kind of get to have that wardrobe that sometimes I don't feel I could pull off.
Okay.
And so, some things are basics. Girls, hoops, gold hoops, silver hoops, pearl studs, pearl necklace.
I bought the heart hoops from you guys. I like the heart ones. They're so cute.
Then, and like he said, that is one of our thing is does it look right at scale? If it doesn't look right at scale, it doesn't work. And then also too, because of the nature of the magnets, sometimes we can't use things because they'll interact with the magnets. It's like when we do the necklaces, we can't just get a necklace chain off the shelf because a lot of the necklaces available retail are going to be plated on something that's magnetic, and you're never going to be able to get the doll and the necklace on the doll because it's just going to clump to the magnets.
Right.
And the same with the ears. So there's a magnet that permanently sits in our vehicle that when we go into stores, pull that magnet out, put it in my pocket, and I really like that. Clink. Use that.
That's awesome. Oh my goodness. And that kind of brings us kind of brings us to our next topic I want to talk about, is like when you're making these things, the sourcing and manufacturing for it. So we kind of touched upon it, how like you guys were testing things with that that magnet, like when you go into stores. Like
the earrings are magic.
They're magic. So that's pretty interesting, like how you're like, go around getting your ideas or like looking for materials that you may or may not be able to use. So that's really something I wanted to go over too, is just like how you decide like, what you pick to use, kind of thing. Like how do you go about doing it? Like do you buy like materials and then make your own chain, or do you like, outsource it, like different things like that? Like,
well, we're always trying to find a way to scale up, but for us it's always been consistency in supply and consistency in quality. And sometimes that's hard. I mean, we've gotten good stuff from a supplier before, but there was no consistency in their ability to fulfill orders, or they can fulfill the orders, but what we get is not consistent quality. So then you always have to make sure that you don't have all your eggs in one basket. You've got a backup plan, especially when COVID hit and finding materials got kind of difficult.
Yeah. Did that hurt you guys like a lot?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It made it a lot more difficult to get some of our stuff, because quite frankly, no matter where you buy stuff, there's a really good chance it's coming out of an Asian country, China, Korea. And so when all of those supply chain issues were hitting that part of the world, we were having trouble finding it. We were having to go to other sources, but then those other sources were kind of getting them from the same place we were.
Having all of their inventory that they had.
Oh, no. and it's funny because it made me think of something from Batman, like how you said it earlier, Anna, in the stream. You said, you only wanted to make 2, but you can't really buy 2. You had to buy like in 100. And I remember that reminded me of the scene in Batman, the Christian Bale one, where he was making the cowl and he was buying the ears, and he had to, in order to make it not look suspicious, he had to buy like 5,000 pairs of ears or something like that. So like,
and that also sometimes is a limiting factor, because there may be something that we really, really like, but then we realize that the per unit cost, and we might sell 5 if it's something very specific and not something basic. And then we just sit there and go, it's lovely, I'd love to have it, but it just doesn't make sense for the business to invest in 50 of something and then have 45 of those that just sit.
Right. Yeah.
And it's kind of a gamble. It's like going to the horse race and trying to figure out which horse is going to win.
Well, the hard part about doing this, especially because in essence, we are fashion designers. Just because we're doing it for dolls doesn't change some of the fundamentals about that. And whether you're designing clothes or jewelry or whatever, it goes back to the original full meaning of the customer is always right. The full meaning is the customer is always right in matters of taste. And what that actually means is you can make whatever you want, but if the customer doesn't like it, you're not going to sell it.
Right.
So we've had things that we have designed and got everything to make and we absolutely love, but they don't really sell. And that's, you know, that's fine. It's one of the risks that you take when you're doing a business, but that kind of leads you into what direction you should go in your next product, because this style is not what the public wants. So you have to change your thinking. And that's where we kind of start running into a problem with the whole we make what we want and maybe other people will like it too. Because it is a business and we want the business to be self-sustaining and make money. So we do have to blur that line between we just do what we want and other people can have it.
Anna says you can buy 3 of those if you can find where you can just buy 3, but I'm not buying 50. I have to be the bad guy sometimes.
Well, and then, you know, another thing that very frequently happens is we see something that we just absolutely love that would make a perfect pair of earrings or a fantastic necklace or some kind of an accessory, but that component is very expensive. And so we may find this absolutely perfect thing for a pair of earrings, but it is made of sterling silver, and that component is going to cost like $14 or something a piece. So now if we were using that for a pair of earrings, we've got like $30 in a pair of earrings, and the market won't bear that cost for doll earrings.
Right, because you know, you as all businesses do, you have to account, you know, cost of materials, then, you know, labor and packaging and, you know, marketing and, you know, shipping. Like all of that like gets put and considered into the price, because you essentially you don't want to, at the very least, you don't want to operate at a loss. You know, at the very least, you don't want you want to break even.
Yeah, but honestly, as a business owner, that is the easiest thing to do, is to operate at a loss.
Yeah.
Not really good at that the first couple of years.
Well, the thing is also too, something that people don't tell small businesses is when you scale up, your expenses scale up.
Right. So like also the more popular you get and the more products that you want to release, you know, the more the price goes up, right?
It's not just that. There's background expenses. You know, we just had to renew our subscription for our personal website. We had to pay for a full year up front to get the best price. We had to pay for a domain registration. We have a partnership, a legal partnership in our state because of the way the state is set up. So we have to hire a CPA to file for us before we can file our personal income taxes. And that's about a $550 bill a year.
Right.
Yeah.
So, see, these are things that people that don't run a business have no idea exist. Like,
yeah,
like we kind of have like a rough idea.
And your boxes that you ship in, it's, you know, do we save on labor and make the shipping faster by buying this Rolo printer and having to buy the labels that go with it? Or do we print out pieces of paper, but then we have to spend the extra time to cut them and tape them, and you know, so you have to you have to save time where you can, but you don't want to save where it counts, where it starts to affect the quality of the thing you're putting out.
Right. That's very interesting. If I were to ever consider, I guess, my channel like a business, I am completely and 100% operating at a loss every year.
I literally have a spreadsheet that says what all of our components cost for everything that we make. But I have to update it with what the current reorder price is.
Oh yeah, that's right, because that may change too, right?
Yeah, and you know, you might price your item and you sell out, but you didn't make enough profit to cover your overhead and reorder your supplies at the new price.
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
Because
Like I
because
said,
I don't
the
know
longer
anything
you
about this.
go and the more you go, the more complicated it gets.
But you guys seem to be doing pretty well. Your business is growing with the items that are available on your shop and the things that you guys are making available. And
We're
we
real close to
see
breaking even.
we see, like, you guys, I see what you guys post on Instagram, and you guys even have your own YouTube channel that you do your own videos on and stuff, and it's pretty cool seeing, like,
Occasionally.
it's pretty cool seeing the things that you guys are putting out. It definitely, at least in my personal opinion, like when I look around for any kind of accessories or stuff for my dolls, I always check out your site first. Because you guys just have stuff that I personally am interested in, that it just seems like nobody else is really making or doing. You know what I mean? So you guys definitely fill
Intentional.
a niche. I'm sorry, what was that?
I said that's intentional. If you're the only one doing it, your competition is a lot less.
Well, you're definitely filling out a niche that is very needed in this doll community. Because, like we mentioned before, not all dolls of this scale come with much accessories at all. If any. I mean, smart dolls don't even come with accessories. You just get the doll. You don't, they don't come, like you mentioned, Kanata didn't come with her glasses, so you had to buy the glasses separately. Other dolls, like sometimes Volks would release dolls with accessories, but you're paying a premium. you know but for the most part, these dolls don't come with any kind of accessories, and when you go looking for stuff like that, it's hard to find, in my opinion. Like, you can't just hit up any local store or website to find them. It's pretty difficult. But the odd thing is that if you go to Japan, you can find a lot of places that carry
Yeah.
these things. Like, it's just harder, I guess, for us that live outside of Japan, or basically Asia, because I know there's a lot of places in Korea too, and like Malaysia
Yeah.
and Indonesia, that have like their own doll related stores that sell goods. But we don't really see that much here, at least in the United States. So having you guys here based in the United States, and selling selling to us here. Well, I think you guys sell worldwide too, though, right? Or is it just
Yeah.
in the States? Oh
Oh,
yes.
we ship all over.
Yeah,
We're
so like, I mean, it's great.
we're nationwide, worldwide, international.
It's great too that you do it worldwide, but having you here in America, though, like for us,
Yeah.
at least for us Americans, we get that nice that shipping over here. It's
Well,
not as
it does
brutal.
save you the hassle of relocating and repatriating.
But definitely, you guys have like a lot of really good stuff, and for those that are watching this live on the stream or watching this later on a VOD, definitely check out KitnKatShop. Like, if you're looking for earrings or jewelry, like, they got fantastic stuff. And I'm not just saying that because they're my guests of my show. Like, they really do. It's like legit.
Well, that's kind of our thing, because we always try to remind people we're doll collectors first. We're doll
Mhm.
people too.
Mhm.
We don't send out PR packets. If we send a gift, it is literally that. It's just a gift from our, because we geek out and nerd out over this stuff too.
Mhm.
I mean, you should have seen us earlier today with what came off the printer. It's like,
That's awesome.
So
now, do you we were talking about like materials and sources and stuff like that, and I know we touched about this a little bit earlier on the stream, but when you're selling, you said you started out with Etsy, and and for those that are not in the know, Etsy has kind of been a little taboo to talk about nowadays, because there's been issues going on with Etsy, and certain vendors like leaving and things like that. I mean, I know you guys were on Etsy, and you mentioned you were on Etsy, but now you have your own website.
Well, we actually have both.
Oh, you still have both.
there. It doesn't get you're not going to find the props there. We made that decision that the cosplay, the props, those are not going to be there. It gets some of the jewelry. Pretty much, if you want to find the patterns, because I started with Etsy way back 2014, 2013.
Yeah, with 1/6 World.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tiny 16 World was the name of that shop. And it was a different culture. It was a different marketplace.
It was a different owner.
Yeah, it's a different owner. I know when you talked to John and Sandy about, how YouTube was different. And when you talked to the Doll Fairy, that having a YouTube channel was different. There were fewer players on the field and everything else.
Right.
And back then, Etsy was very much the kitchen table crafter, the cottage crafts, the handmade stuff. In fact, there used to be a site called Regretsy to show some of the questionable stuff that was handmade and put on Etsy.
I never knew about that one.
oh yeah, that was fun. Yeah, there were some interesting crafts coming out at that time. But it was very much more of a co-op. It was kind of like an international consignment shop. You'd pay a percentage and they would help you with the transaction fees. They had studios that you could actually go in and make your stuff. Shops could work together. They have the forums, they still do technically, but that was where other business owners could get together and share things, about pricing and legalities and taxes and things like that.
Okay.
Etsy over time has changed. It has gone in a direction more akin to a commercial marketplace rather than a co-op.
Well, in the beginning, there were only 3 real rules on Etsy. It had to be handmade, or it had to be vintage, or it had to be individual items to make something. So 2 of the 3 tenets of Etsy was it has to be handmade. You're either making it yourself or you're selling something so that other people can make it themselves. And then Etsy went public.
Yeah.
And it started changing the focus of it. So the first thing that they did that really caused a big commotion was they started allowing print on demand, because that is not handmade. And their only caveat on that was it has to be your design. But you can, if it's your design and you're just having somebody else print it for you, that's okay.
Well, the hardest part is the category of craft supply. And yes, I used air quotes because that's where you started seeing the cheap import stuff. This isn't Barbie shoes. They're supplies to make your own fashion doll dress. This is these that's where the line started to get blurred. And this isn't a cell phone case. This is a cell phone case that you can decorate if you want. It's a craft supply. This is an electronic, and there wasn't a lot of oversight. You got a lot of IP theft. You had people opening multiple stores so they could, move more things, but it was the same things. It was
drop shippers.
Yeah. And the problem is Etsy did not support the sellers. They actually started removing things that were, there was no longer a phone number that you could call if you had an issue. You couldn't email them. You couldn't chat with them. They made it harder and harder and harder if you had a legitimate issue to get with Etsy. And, they said, well, we'll crack down on the copyright infringement. We'll crack down on the non-handmade. But
it's all done by bots and scripts and algorithms,
not people.
And they're frequently wrong.
Yeah. People having their listings taken down because she's selling a wooden shelf and she put a bottle of perfume on the shelf. So the photograph has a bottle of Chanel perfume and she's taken down because they saying she's trying to sell Chanel stuff.
Yeah. And some of that is the result of the IP holder. Some companies are a lot more protective of their brand than others. So Chanel, for example, they won't they will give you a takedown notice if you just show their product in any way, shape, or form. Others are a lot more lenient, like Danny Chu. But there is no way on Etsy to say, hey, your algorithm took this down because I mentioned a brand name, but we have permission to do so. We have written permission to use this. There's no way to challenge it. They said that you get an automated email that specifically states this is unchallengeable and irrevocable. And there is no way to talk to anybody about it, to say you guys screwed up. So we did stay on Etsy, but very limited
for the patterns, because like I said, I had started with the patterns. My crafters that like the patterns, they like the availability of the fact that if you buy a digital pattern on Etsy, you can always go back and reprint it, re-download it. You have access to it.
Right.
So we were asked by several of those, can you please keep up the site? And I hate to say it, but it is a marketplace. So we do get some organic traffic, people that might not otherwise know about Kit and Kat, might not know about the earrings.
Well, in order to keep from this being a hate fest on Etsy, there are some things that Etsy does do very well. And one of the things that they do very well is SEO, because they want more people coming to Etsy, because the more people that sell stuff on Etsy, the more money Etsy also gets.
Right.
And so if you open an Etsy store and you put all of the tags on your new products and everything, you can almost immediately show up in a Google search underneath Etsy. And so that's a huge benefit to somebody who is starting out.
Right.
There are still negatives because
you're competing with the other people on your own listings. Yeah.
And Etsy promotes that competition. And that was one of the problems that I personally had, was if you have an Etsy store and you list your product and it is something like doll clothes, when people go and they're looking at your product, your doll clothes, down at the bottom of the screen, there's all of these listings for other stores that are selling something.
Yeah. I remember seeing that.
They're not promoting other things like it in your store because
you already got the traffic.
Well, basically because, again, I'm not trying to be an Etsy hate fest here, but I really do dislike it. But Etsy doesn't care which seller gets the sale. Etsy cares that a sale is made, because Etsy gets a cut no matter who sells. So they are promoting the broadest swath of products available, trying to get more things in carts, not more things in your cart. So,
and I have to be honest, because we have made over 6,000 sales on Etsy since 2019. So I can't, if somebody wanted to open an Etsy store, I'm not going to tell them, no, don't do it. It's the worst thing ever. But you have to weigh your pros and cons, and you can't just look at the 20-cent or 25-cent listing fee and transaction fee. You actually have to look at the terms that you're agreeing to. That might be something that works better for you. If you just want to do like I originally was doing, if you just want to do patterns as a passive sideline, and not deal with all of the shipping, or if you need something for custom orders and you just want to do custom, there's always going to be a place for Etsy. I just think that for us, we kind of reached a point where we kind of outgrew it or we're feeling constrained. So
even before we had our issues with Etsy, we had already been looking at doing our own site, more for the fact that we have more control over how things are presented. Number one, we get rid of the ads for all of our competitors on our own site, but Etsy doesn't give you any control over how your products are presented, even in your own shop. So the top of the list, you get 4 boxes that you can say, these are always at the top. After that, whatever was most recently listed is at the top of the list. And that basically means that the last thing that sold is up at the top of the list. So if you've got something moving slow, it goes all the way down to the bottom.
It gets buried. Right?
So that's why we've got a box in there full of stuff that we couldn't sell. And it's not because people didn't like it. It's because people didn't see it.
Right.
So
how's it been now that you converted over to the website? Is there what's the pros and cons like?
Well, it takes some retraining of your customers, because let's face it, a lot of people, I'm looking for tennis shoes. I've been on Etsy. I did an Etsy search. It's easy. It is harder to, you're not going to get that organic traffic. You're going to have to drive traffic yourself.
And that's a lot of work. That's half of your day.
You're going to have to promote yourself. And then it's a balancing act. You know, I don't want to make every post on social media, look at what we're selling. Because like I said, I'm a doll person first. I want to look at dolls. I want to play with dolls. I want to share the fun I'm having with the doll. I don't want people to just, that's all they see on the feed, constant. But, you have to find a way to get people to know we've got a reorder of the mugs. How are we going to let them know when that's going to happen so that they can be prepared for it? So, and you have to learn things like SEO. You have to learn, formatting, and basically you have to be your own web designer. You've got to be your own. Luckily, he's a systems admin, so he knows a lot of back end stuff.
Right.
Because I have made some boo-boos. So it is work. And so, sometimes it was easier when Etsy was doing the work.
Well, you want pros and cons, and there are some very serious pros for Etsy, and this the cons snuck up on us, and not because they were hidden or anything, but a lot of them don't actually become an issue or a con until you start having more sales.
Okay.
So that one we weren't expecting. Well, we weren't expecting to become actually having a lot of sales.
We were not expecting that Anna would end up doing this as full-time work.
But when you reach a certain threshold on Etsy, they subscribe you to an ad tier where if an ad results in a sale, they charge you more.
Yeah. You lose 20% of the gross as their commission, in addition to all the other fees and percentages that they take.
But
that there goes your whole, you got 30% overhead. Now you got 50% overhead. That's half your profit is gone.
Right.
So for somebody who just wants to have a small business, then Etsy is perfectly fine. The we're working on it, Liz.
Liz wants more mugs.
We're actually working on acquiring a bigger, higher resolution printer so we can do more.
I spent the morning researching how to make more mugs.
We're not taking your money unless we know we can deliver the product.
Anyway, if you just want to have a few sales, if you're not looking to make selling on Etsy a career and replace your job, Etsy is perfectly fine. It really truly is.
Yeah.
It doesn't start to become a problem until you start getting more, forgive the hubris, successful. And you start getting frustrated because the scammers have started on Etsy now, and you always have to try and keep up on what the new scam is so you can defend against it. You've got a lot of
the star seller thing where
the star seller thing was just
so
dumb.
they have a thing called the star seller.
Okay.
And basically it means that you reply to emails and inquiries, you ship fast, and you don't have any returns. And ideally, originally, that meant that you would be higher in the search results if somebody was searching for something.
Okay.
Well, they made a requirement to keep the star seller that you have to respond to certain types of inquiries within 24 hours.
Okay.
No matter what day it is.
Yeah. So I literally had to answer a issue the Friday night before Christmas Eve.
Oh no.
An issue that was not my fault. It wasn't anything that we had done. The customer had ordered something that was digital but had not logged in, so they couldn't access it under their login. Something that could have waited till Monday. But if I had waited till Monday, we would have lost our star seller the next month because I didn't respond in a timely manner.
Right.
And people look at the star seller thing and they think, oh, it just means that you're doing extra good. But no, Etsy actually uses that as a part of their promotional stuff. So if you're a star seller, you show up higher on search results than other people, and if you lose it, it hurts you. So it's just this no-win scenario.
I told Corey, I was like, there are certain aspects of that had me feeling like I was an employee of Etsy instead of being my own boss.
I see.
Yeah.
So now that you've moved on, and well, not 100% moved on, you said that you still have the Etsy shop, but now you have your website, and I mean, there's got to be things about the website that you love and hate, right? Like, what's a con of having your own website?
Like I said, having to learn those skill sets to do all of it, because they give you templates, but you still have to figure out. I mean, literally, I was going through our logo and figuring out what the codes were so that I could match the colors.
Oh.
And then trying to figure out where you do that to change the font and change the
that sounds really
how
annoying.
do I get my sales tax report to find out how much in sales tax I have to remit to the state?
Honestly, the biggest advantage that Etsy has over having your own site is the whole SEO thing. Because once you go to some other platform where you're your own domain, like we are with KitnKatShop.com, you have to really try and dive in and get to know SEO a lot more than your average person is going to. I'm lucky because I have a little bit of background in it, but you have to do the research, you have to drive the traffic yourself, and that is a lot of work. And that's the advantage Etsy has over your own domain, because Etsy does that traffic driving for you.
It's like this year, we did recently in January revamped our entire website, our own personal shop. We were able to update our back end so that we could have people can actually post reviews now, just like you can on Etsy. So if you like something, you can leave a review for other people. They can contact us. They can do searches so they can find things faster and easier if they're looking for something. We do have the ability to have a email list, but that's one of those things we have to really balance for that, because there is a cost factor if you go over a certain amount.
Plus, we don't want.
We're not sending out spam messages.
Yeah,
Sorry.
there's a very fine line, because again, our basic philosophy behind everything that we have been doing has been, do we want it? And when it comes to unsolicited email, that's in the do not want.
Right.
Do not want junk mail. You know.
So we restrict ours, not just because of the limitations or the cost of it, but because we feel that our customers only need to be notified about stuff that they actually want. So we're using it for, hey, these props or these earrings or this item is going to, we're basically pulling a Danny. This is when the drop is going to be. We just don't do it 5 minutes before. We do it a day or two.
Well, and plus too, I hate to say this, but when you have that much control like we do over our own shop, sometimes you have the paralysis of choice. Because you now, instead of having to work within Etsy's framework and their guidelines, now it can be chartreuse, it can be off-white, it can be black, it can have 12 pictures, it can have videos, it can, you know.
Right.
It can put all these bells and whistles on it so that people just have no idea what's going on when they get there.
So one thing I wanted to ask you guys, and I know this is probably like a weird question, but you know, you've done, you know, your Etsy, you now have your website, you're making sales, things are, you know, doing pretty well. Have you ever actually thought of maybe, would it be worth it to open up an actual brick and mortar store?
Okay, so we have made the joke that if we won the lottery, I want him to buy Fabric Friends and Dolls. Because we know Iris, and you know, she's getting on and things like that, and at some point she's going to need to hand it off to somebody.
Okay, that's just way too exaggerated. Honestly, the truth is, she just thinks it's easier to write one big check and get all the dolls.
Yeah.
Rather than go in and shopping.
That's funny.
Danny, we won the lottery. We're buying Fabric Friends and Dolls. We're going to make sure that it has way more parking, more signage, room for doll meets. And we need pluses for the window.
Yeah, the part I remember when I was there, that there is limited parking, especially if the other businesses around it like have a lot of people coming in. There's like, oh, where am I gonna park? And it's not like you could park across the street either, because that's like a park or something. There's like there's no real like area to park.
Yeah.
But to address your question, honestly, if we look at everything realistically, our market is a niche of a niche of a niche. So people who are interested in dolls, that's a niche of the general public.
Right.
People who are interested in, who are adult doll collectors and not Playline or American Girl, that's a niche of doll collectors. And then you get to the ones that are interested in anime style dolls, which is a niche of that. And then another niche, which is smart doll specific. So just going to doll meets in this area, or trying to gain interest in doll meets, or even a doll convention, it shows you what your potential customer base is. And you're not going to get into a brick and mortar for less than about $2,000 a month.
Yeah, like I said, my daughter-in-law has a boutique, and she ended up having to move her shop, and during COVID, and for a while she was just online only, literally out of the garage, because she was trying to find a space that her amount of business could support.
Right.
Rent on brick and mortar is expensive, and it just keeps going up. And to put yourself in a place where you get good foot traffic, has good parking, especially in our area, because we're looking at the Northern Virginia area, we're looking at that Maryland area, DC metro area, it is very expensive. And I honestly do not see where us selling accessories for a small segment of the doll world. I mean, we are trying to kind of expand a little bit into the BJDs and other dolls besides Smart Doll, but it's never going to be a wide enough range not selling dolls to really support that. It would just be too much overhead. It just wouldn't make sense financially.
That's kind of what it comes down to. If you wanted to have a brick and mortar store, you would have to vastly expand what you do, because a brick and mortar store for what we do, which is accessories for dolls, there's just not the people that are going to wander in off the street. And even if they did, even if we had a fantastic high traffic area in a mall or something, we can't sell to anybody who doesn't have the doll. So we would also have to sell the doll in order to sell the accessories, and that's a whole nother bit of overhead that we're just not prepared to go into.
But if you were, for whatever reason, if you were to buy Fabric and Friends and you just somehow magically inherit the licensing agreement from Smart Doll and A-Zone and Momoko and all the ones that they carry, then I guess it would work.
I already told him it's got to have like a cafe for the doll needs, so we can have tea.
That sounds awesome.
Rooms for the dolls.
That sounds awesome.
So like that one place that was in Japan where they had like the diorama set up where you could have your pictures taken.
That was Volks, right?
Volks has it. Yeah, they have a studio area in their store. But there was a place that I went to in Osaka. It was called Cadre Dior. And it was a cafe. It was a cafe that sold a very, very limited amount of pastries. Like there wasn't much of a choice. And then, it's very limited in cafe too. So like you have like, I think there was like hot chocolate, water, and like coffee, but it was just coffee. Like there was no choices in coffees. It's just straight coffee. And I guess
it came out of a jar with a spoon, just add hot water.
And the selling point of it all is basically it was just a safe space, I guess, for doll owners to gather. And there's small food and beverages that you can consume at the time, and you just take pictures with your dolls and hang out. And there were big tables where you can like line them up. They even had off to the side a studio area that had multiple dioramas that you could take pictures of your dolls, and that was all free. Like you didn't have to pay for like any kind of session time to use it or anything like that. And that was really cool. I think that they subsequently have moved from the location I visited to another location. I have them saved on my Twitter page, so that I can check up on them whenever I go back. But I think they moved.
I already told Corey we would even have like a whole section that would be consignment, so that you can actually try on other makers stuff. They can have like their own like little Mandarake box.
It's funny that you say that, because oddly enough, like Volks, their store in Akihabara on the 8th floor, Volks doesn't really like to share the limelight with anybody. Like their products is their products. They only advertise their products, and that's it. But oddly enough, in between all the Dolphy Dream stuff and then the studio on the other side, like in between that area, there's like a small section where people that create stuff like yourselves that make accessories or clothing, there's like a little selling area. And from what I understand from talking to people is that they pay a certain price to Volks to have their product on display in their store. So, I mean, it's not far off from what you guys are thinking about.
Well, that was my favorite part of Akihabara.
Basically, it would just be a year-round doll con, you know?
I told her she was thinking too small. Because we were talking about this when the Mega Millions was like 2 billion. So it was like, okay, with that kind of money, I wanted to have just this massive exact replica of the Barbie Dream House.
Dream House. Running water, the refrigerator works.
But yeah. Tempest
is right.
No, that's my dream. You can't have my dream.
think it's a lot of doll owners' dreams. I've even thought about it like before, and I'm just like, I don't have any capital for this. But if if I were to win the lottery and I had that billions, I might dab my hat into like opening some kind of like place that's doll related. I mean, if I have that kind of disposable income, why not?
Yeah, create the market.
Yeah, exactly. But I wouldn't quit my job to do it though, because one, I don't have capital anyways to start anything
Yeah,
like
see,
that. Like I
yeah.
have none of that. And then two, like I think if I quit my job to do that, my wife would kill me. So that probably wouldn't work out either. But
That's kind of one of the other things about running a business. We had a pretty good relationship. We're each other's best friend and worst enemy. But
that's marriage.
We weren't each other's worst enemy until we started a business together.
In all seriousness, there is a lot of behind the scenes stress sometimes, because unfortunately every disagreement ends in a tie.
Well, we were talking about this after we talked to you recently, but trying to come up with a way to tell people what it's like and answer a lot of these questions.
Yeah.
And the best way that I can put it is think about every job you've ever had.
Okay.
Think about every boss you've ever had.
Okay.
Almost everybody thinks their boss is a jerk.
We know our boss is a jerk.
If you are running your own company, you're the boss. You're the jerk.
You're the jerk.
In case my supervisors are watching, I will refrain from commenting if my boss is a jerk.
That's why I said almost.
But seriously, because it's a lot of work to once you make the decision that this is not a hobby, this is something that's viable as a source of income. It's a lot of hours. I mean, most people have a job with a boss. Some people have a 50-hour-a-week job, but your first 3 years, it's like a 90-hour job, and you can't get away from it because it's in your house. Your partner is in the house.
Yeah, you can't go home and complain to somebody else about them, right? Because they're home with you.
It's like he goes, let's go on a trip, and if you had a boss, you go, okay, well, I'll put in for some leave and see if they approve it. And now he's going, I want to go on a trip, and I'm like, yeah, but that's not a really good time, because that's when we have like high sales. Can we do it during a slump? Can we do it during the slow month?
Yeah, but she's also forgetting that if you try to do something in the slump, you have to take extra time during the slump to try and get yourself out of the slump.
It's like, okay, we want to take 2 weeks here. Okay, well, let's make sure we have all of this stuff done before we leave. So this means it's Saturday and Sunday, and we're in the garage painting.
It's funny too that you mentioned that, because you have this experience working together and doing this business together. You, in some ways, shape or form, you could say that you understand what it's like with Danny and his wife running Culture Japan, I guess you could say, like how they may bounce ideas off of each other, or wanting to go on vacations but maybe can't, and especially if you've watched that video of when they started the smart doll business in their house. If you saw that video, like their whole house was converted into a smart doll shop. Like the bathroom was storage, like they had no bedroom to sleep in. Like, so I mean, you guys share that.
This is a true story. I moved to this area about 15 years ago, and I rented a little house, and it got to the point where I decided it was time for me to actually buy a house. And the reason was not because it made economic sense, or I needed more room for Lego. I had filled up the house. I had filled up the shed. So Lego was everywhere. I needed more space. So I bought a 3-bedroom house. 2 of those 3 bedrooms are now devoted to this business and a corner of the basement.
And I'm still having to move things, rotate around to make room. We had to put 3 projects in the other room just so we could sit here and film this, and you wouldn't see projects everywhere. The top shelf above me is normally full of dolls. They're in the other room waiting for a photo shoot.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I was gonna say, like, before we started the show, I was like, isn't there some dolls missing on the shelf from last time I spoke to you guys?
And this thing becomes a symbol of evil.
Oh, it's not a symbol of evil. It is concentrated evil. Like the end of time bandits.
And my poor daughter-in-law, she's the same way. You know, we're playing D&D and I see her over there scrolling through the email notifications for the shop and the employee that's working there, and yeah.
I can only imagine. I mean, like, running this YouTube channel on its own, like, you know, I get a lot of like either instant messages or comments on the channel, and like I try my best to respond to like everything that I get. You know, I try not to leave anybody out, like, especially, you know, because as a YouTuber, content creator, but also as a viewer, like watching other people's channels and things like that. You know, if I have a question, you know, and I ask it in the comment section, I always hope that, you know, the individual answers. You know, so I always try my best to, you know, keep tabs on my phone, same as always. And like, you know, we could be in the restaurant and like I'll hear it go ding, and I'm like, oh,
Yep.
okay, who messaged me today? And like, you know, I can to some degree understand what you're talking about, but definitely not to the same degree, because I'm sure you guys get more, you know, dings on your phone than I do.
Well, honestly,
I'm getting better at it. We have a lot of discussions, and he tries to remind me that we did not start this to be a multinational conglomerate. So it's balance and trying to, okay, it's the end of the workday, let's do something that's not store related. Let's not talk about the store. Let's watch Critical Role, or let's play D&D, or let's go someplace and travel. Let's go do something as people, not KitnKatShop.
Right. I totally agree with that. Totally agree with that. And that's the same reason why, like, I had my burnout, like, you know, a year ago. Like, I have no intentions of, you know, making my YouTube channel like super huge, like a
I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem.
He's
Like
taking a
like a
break.
Casey Neistat or something, or, you know, like, you know, someone that has like millions of subscribers. Like, that would be nice, but like that's not what I'm going for. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I just do this because I think it's fun. I want to share my information, my time with people, and just, you know, have an outlet where I could talk to people like we're doing today, and, you know, and meet friends. Like, that's really the thing for it. But I think there's some kind of thing, like when you start YouTube, or maybe in your case when you start a business, like when you first start, it's like fun. You're all giddy. You got butterflies in the stomach. You're like, oh, this is
Oh my gosh, we gotta see him.
yeah. It's like I'm doing something, and somebody made a comment, and you're like caught in that moment. And I think what happened with me is that when I caught that wave of when there was the subscriber count started going up, like it was like, oh, I have 10 subscribers now, yay. And then it like went to like 100, and then 500, and then it broke 1,000, and like I'm like, wow, people really likes my channel. Like, this is pretty cool. And then you're like, oh, I want to put out more stuff, because you get that, I guess you could say, you get that shot of serotonin, where it, like, it feels good, and like I want to do more videos. And then, you know, then you're like, oh, well, I want to do this and I want to do that, and you have all these projects you want to do, and it's just like Danny, like all these projects he wants to do, and then some of them fall by the wayside because it's just too much that he wants to do. And I felt like the same way, and it got to the point where like I was just doing so much, and the free time that I had, you know, with the family, I was just basically dragging them with me to conventions to do more stuff about talking about dolls, and presenting panels and that kind of stuff, and or taking trips to do a video, like dragging them to Gaithersburg to go to Fabric and Friends, And when I was there the whole time filming, they literally were just waiting in the car for me to finish. You know what I mean? Like I was doing so much and it took over so much of my life that like I eventually just burnt out. Like I just couldn't do it anymore. And
Yeah.
when I burnt out, I realized, what I missed out on, and being able to actually really spend time and take my kids places and spend time with the missus. So I can definitely relate to that when you guys say that, you have to remember me time, like, and not think about the store. It's kind of like the same way with me. So now, like, especially nowadays, when I started being more regular posting my videos on YouTube, it's really just, my passion projects now. Like, I'm not really chasing that serotonin high anymore. It's more like I will do it when I want to, and I'm going to cover the topics that I want to and stuff like that, which is why I don't have as many unboxing videos anymore. And like, it's why I don't do travel videos as much anymore. Like, I haven't done any. Oh, that also because COVID happened. So that kind of like nixed any kind of traveling videos. But yeah, I
Yeah, this
just
is
learned to
where
just
all
do
our
it for me.
travel money went during COVID because we bought a camper. Well, he bought a camper.
You bought a
And
camper?
we have a little camper. It's the little IKEA FEMA trailer, which is a
Mhm.
joke because if you know him, you know what he does. So we have our own FEMA trailer,
Mhm.
and that was our thing. And when we got when we got the dolls in 2019, that August, September, we took a month and lived in that camper.
Mhm.
And we went to Goblin Valley, we went to Mesa Verde and everything else. And then COVID hit and we couldn't really travel or go anywhere. And I'm immune compromised because of arthritis. So
Mhm.
I really did not want to get exposed to COVID.
Mhm.
That was funny because I did anyway. But
I think
so
most
all that
people
money that would have
eventually.
gone to go see Arizona or go back to the wave,
Mhm.
he yeah.
Did you guys use that camper to go down to Texas when you went to the BJD con?
No, actually, we didn't take it there.
No, not
Oh.
well. He has a truck that he loves,
Mhm.
but she's getting on in years,
Oh no.
so we try to be nicer to her.
Mhm.
Well, she was not designed for the towing that I put her through, and she is old,
Mhm.
Yeah.
and
Well,
I've
in truck
got
terms, yeah.
215,000 miles on this thing in 12 years.
Oh.
She's a beautiful silver Xterra that is covered in national park stickers. Every time we park someplace, there's always somebody that stops to read the car. Have you really been to all these places?
Okay,
Yes.
what happened while I was gone? I'm looking at the chat. Okay, D20 earring.
I actually don't know what Tempest is talking about with the D20 thing. I'm not sure about that one. Oh,
we do take requests.
and he said, "Well,
Yeah,
Liz did
you
say,
guys in the
well,
chat. I'm watching this thing, and this is actually something that I was really looking forward to. On this is seeing the stuff in the chat because I've got my regular job. I don't get to see all of this stuff in the social media, so
Mhm.
I was really looking forward to this. And who's throwing themselves in front of cars?
Oh, we were talking about like YouTube when I started at YouTube that I had no
Oh,
I wasn't planning to be like some great big YouTube star and I said the name Casey Neistat, which is like this guy that has like millions of subscribers or whatever. And I
Oh,
just used his name as an example, like I'm not trying to be that. And then Liz chimed in with saying, with all fairness, Casey throws himself in front of cars, which he did. Uh if you ever watch his one video about bike lanes, that's hilarious.
oh, the SD card, that was Shizusan.
yeah, I
He
do
yeah.
remember him talking about it. I'm
Yeah.
a little disappointed that the person who has been to Japan hasn't commented on my beverage tonight.
I couldn't see the name until now. I could only see the
That was
top
a
half of the
present for
cap.
me for Christmas for him.
I drank gallons of this while I was in Japan.
My favorite thing in Japan was the royal milk tea. That was like my go-to. Like when I was there, I pretty much had it every day.
Okay,
that was
so when I
delicious.
lived in Okinawa, there were, the vending machines on every corner. And they sold this beverage, and it came in this little like round container that was bumpy, and it was called Melon Ball.
Oh, I saw
And
that. Yeah, I saw that.
melon cream soda, but it was that specific one because it smells like bubble gum, and my kids love that stuff. You cannot get it in the States because it comes in a glass bottle.
Oh. I remember seeing those in the vending machine. I definitely
I
remember that.
know. I love those. That and hot coffee
But
in a vending machine.
Japan takes vending machines to a whole new level.
Oh yeah.
Like it's ridiculous. Like when I was there, they had a vending machine in Akihabara, like way at the outskirts of Akihabara, right by the river. There's like a bridge and an underpass. And there's a vending machine there. There's two of them actually. One that dispenses fresh sandwiches. So like it's like a wheat bread slices of sandwich with like ham and cheese or whatever. You get all different kinds of things you could choose. And then right next to that was a pizza vending machine where you could get a hot pizza. Like you just choose like pepperoni and cheese or whatever you want, and it would dispense like a round. Obviously, it's not like a gigantic pizza; it's like a personal pan size. But like it's still like it. What vending machine in the United States has like pizza? Like
yeah, well, my favorite vending machines were in Shinjuku because they were like a hybrid vending machine. You would go up to the machine, you would pick what you wanted, you would put your money in, and everything was all done, and then you would turn, and there's actually a kitchen, and they're making the food, and they would give it to you out the window.
Yeah, you would have like a ticket, right, from the vending machine. Or
No,
something?
it wasn't. Yeah, it would give you the ticket so that you could claim your food.
Yeah, you could claim your food. Yeah, definitely.
I had my favorite places that I was always going to. I mean, every morning I went to Pronto for my breakfast set, and Mr. Donut was a favorite.
Mr. Donut
went there a lot.
Do they have Moss Burger on mainland, or is that only?
No, they have Moss Burger in Tokyo. Yeah, they'd have it in Tokyo. I like to frequent the there's a coffee place called Tully's in Japan. I like Tully's a lot. That was a good place to go to too.
My other thing that I miss from Okinawa is taco rice.
I've never had taco rice.
Oh, it was awesome. I've tried to make it at home.
Tempest says that there was an alcohol vending machine, no ID required, but it shut down.
Oh yeah, yes. Orion, Sapporo, one that starts with an I.
I don't know if they shut down, did they? Because I feel like I saw vending machines that had beer in them and stuff. But I could be wrong. I don't know.
You can still get cigarettes too.
Yeah, yeah, they have cigarettes.
Because I remember the one, because it was my kid's favorite. We actually lived off base for a good portion of the time because I had a friend that was native Okinawan, and her parents kind of gave us a referral so we could get an off base apartment, like a legit Okinawan apartment. And we would walk down the canals, and there was this spot, and it was like nothing. It was just like the road goes this way, and then there's the China Sea and the water. And it was the beer and cigarettes, the hot and cold drinks, and then the Coke machine that gave you the 1 liter bottles.
Don't get the Calpis.
Don't get the what?
Oh yeah.
Calpis.
CALPIS.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, you don't like
carbonated, watered down milk.
You don't like it? My kids like it.
With the shrimp crackers and the Calbee, the whole.
Oh yeah, I like the shrimp crackers. That stuff is good. My kids like the Calfus. Oh my goodness! Oh, the Japan vibes. I miss that place.
I don't know. We got off on a tangent about.
Too many tangents. But yeah, what's it called? So moving.
Okay.
Moving on from our tangents. Moving on from our tangents. We were talking about brick and mortar. We covered that. Another thing I wanted to ask was, did you guys do you have plans of ever attending maybe conventions here stateside and maybe selling some KitnKat stuff?
We did actually.
We did. We did at BJDC. There was actually more smart doll people there than we initially thought there would be. Um, but attending as a vendor is kind of a double-edged sword. Because again, we're doll people.
Right.
We want to go to the workshops. We want to go to the fun stuff. We want to attend the dinners and the game night.
Shopping.
We want to go shopping. And if you're a vendor and there's just the two of us, you kind of get stuck at the table for that whole time.
Right.
So you miss out on some of the workshops. You don't get a good lunch because you can't really leave the venue.
Right.
Get a hot lunch.
You know what? I can kind of relate to you guys on that because I've helped out Danny, but even before I helped out Danny at conventions, my friend Harina, that does my art, she used to do a lot of conventions like New York Comic Con, Anime Next, Anime NYC, and she had a booth. So the deal is that like she would give me a vendor pass so I can attend the con without paying anything, and then I would help her run her booth. So we kind of did an off and on. So I would go around shopping, and then I would cover the booth, and then she would go on and do some shopping and stuff, and then I would go out and get us lunch and then bring it back, and then we would eat at the booth, whatever. So if you guys were ever at a con and had a vendor booth, I'm willing to do the same thing. Like I can help you guys out. Like you want to go do some shopping, I'll mind the table for a while.
It was fun. It was fun, and there is always a bit of camaraderie among the vendors.
I noticed that, yeah. Like when you're in your table area, you talk to the other vendors around you. Yeah.
Long before dolls, I actually used to do crafts, folk art painting. Where you do the fancy antique looking stuff, and I used to do festivals. Okinawa used to have America Fest during the 4th of July weekend. And it
sounds so funny to me.
4 days that I would spend in the July heat in Okinawa, usually right behind the beer and the yakisoba grills.
Oh my god, that must smell amazing though. To smell all the yakisoba. No, not good.
With the beer, not so much. One of my best sellers were basically pompadours, and the locals would buy them and just run around the rest. But so I've kind of done that.
Any plans to maybe continue doing it in other places other than the BJD Con?
It kind of depends. We are there is Puddle, which is Pull Up Doll DAL Doll Lovers event in Chicago in May. We're gonna June. June. That one, somebody had said that they wanted to do a smart doll workshop. And we've already said that we'll help them whatever they want to do. I think they want to do something with like the kits, but we are registered as attendees. We'll might donate some prizes or something or host a contest, but and then there was Geekdom by Geekdom.
Yes.
We're tabletop gaming nerds. So, I saw TTRPG and went, oh yeah. And OtakuCon is in our backyard. So
wait, are you saying OtakuCon or Otakon?
Otakon, sorry.
Otakon one. Yeah, because
there's two different things.
Batman Jackson mentioned Otakon in the chat because Batman works the artist alley at Otakon. Like she's in charge of it. So I don't know, maybe you guys need to have a conversation with Batman Jackson and maybe you could get a booth there in Otakon.
Yeah.
I would love to see you guys over there, spreading the doll love at Otakon. They could always use some of that.
Well, we've got Batgirl to cosplay.
That would be amazing. Definitely got to bring her along.
Well, honestly, that was when going all the way back to the beginning of this whole thing. When we were coming up with the personalities for the dolls, Kit was going to be a professional cosplayer. We were going to just make costumes for these dolls because they were original characters. So that's perfectly fine with me if we have all of this stuff. Unfortunately, I have to say, hey, I need a Gwenpool costume.
Oh my goodness.
That requires stretchy fabrics.
I do love the art for Spider Gwen. I think she looks awesome.
Oh
Yeah.
But
So
since
we definitely have plans to try to attend more doll stuff. We have our local doll meet group. We've been to a few of theirs. They're not super active. They're a Discord server, but they usually try to get together every other month. So, you know,
still any get together is a good get together.
Yeah, you know,
last year for BJDC, that was really our first doll convention, and we opted to be a vendor at that, and we learned a lot of lessons.
Okay,
because it was in Texas, so it was a good 2-day drive, and we chose to drive for a couple of reasons. Number one, if I have the choice between driving and flying, I will drive every time because it's on my schedule. And if there's anything that I see cool on the way, you can't pull over a 737 to look at the world.
Or car hinge.
Or car hinge.
Yes, I'm that person that sees the sign on the side of the road for the tourist trap and says, we have to go see Carhenge.
Oh, we're the same way. We're the same way. When we drive down, we have to stop at places.
The biggest deciding factor on whether we were going to drive or fly is because we were taking product with us.
Yeah.
And it would have been checking bags and packing everything securely. And what if, you know, the container that has all of our product that we're intending to sell, that's the one piece of luggage that gets lost. We're sitting at a table with nothing.
I can understand
so that. It was peace of mind for me. But
we also learned to Anna, her I have some, like I said, I have some health issues, limiting things, and we were on the sales floor for 2 days or 3 days.
The sales floor was just 2 days.
Just 2 days. And it really proved to be some long days. Very tired. Got a little overstimulated, anxiety, frantic, chihuahua on meth kind of thing. Not on my best behavior. And then when we got home, I was just, it was just like the last few hours of the trip was just like, when are we going to be home? Because I just want to be in my bed. So, there's also, while I would love to be a vendor at all of these events, I have to kind of balance with, how much is it going to cost me energy wise? And am I still going to be able to enjoy the event as an attendee if I'm using up all my energy to be a vendor?
Right.
And the way we're set up now is perfect. I can get up, I can fill orders, I can make the jewelry. If I need to take a nap or I'm having a bad day or whatever, I can make adjustments to my own schedule.
Another thing that is a big deciding factor is what type of a convention it is. Because we have to look at it from two different angles. Do we as people are we interested in the topic of the event, or are we going to it as a vendor and a store trying to make sales? So if we're going to a doll event, then it's easier to be a vendor because there's going to be a built-in market. Like BJDC, they were smart doll friendly. We had talked to some of the organizers. They said, yeah, we're seeing a lot more smart dolls there. So that made it easier to make that decision.
Right.
But if we're talking about Otakon or a Comic-Con or any of those other things,
we're still niche within a niche.
We would have to we would have to sell somebody on the doll before we could sell them on our product for the doll,
Mm-hmm.
because most of those people there are not doll people. So
That's correct. Yeah.
we would not really be able to sell very many of our product, which are accessories for a doll,
Mm-hmm.
because
Yeah, the doll's not for
99% of the
sale. The doll's not for
Yeah,
sale.
yeah.
The doll's not for sale.
You know, it's starting
So-
it's starting to come around though, I have to say, for someone like myself that attends like a lot of conventions where I try my best to promote the doll hobby. Like, so every convention I go, I try to do a panel introducing that convention's attendees to this lovely hobby that we're all a part of. And one thing I've noticed throughout the years from doing this from the beginning, in like I think it was like 2016 was my first time, going to cons for dolls. I've slowly started seeing in the artist alley and the vendors halls like doll related goods coming into
Yeah.
fruition. There's a couple vendors I've seen at some doll conventions that actually had Dolphy Dreams or pull-ups on sale at their booths. I've seen a few places in the artist alley where people were selling like doll clothing, and some small doll accessories. Like, so it is starting to emerge in the anime con scene, but it definitely isn't like very big. Like, you're not gonna see
Yeah.
like mounds and mounds of stuff. But considering where it started before, where there was like just zero of that, like there was absolutely nothing. The fact that I start seeing things now is kind of cool. That
Well,
it's coming around.
we did see some doll stuff for sale in the vendor area at Colossal Con.
Oh
So,
yeah, there
yeah.
I ended up
was.
getting a Monster High doll.
Yeah.
To add to my collection of Goulias.
I remember. I think we saw the same booth because I think I saw this
Yeah.
this one booth that was selling some clothing. I believe.
Yeah, up against the wall on the left.
Yeah, like in that area with all like the. It wasn't the vendor room, but it was that other area with all the tables around. I forgot.
Oh yeah.
I forgot what they called that area, but yeah, I saw that person too. But it's starting to come around in different anime conventions, for sure, and it's always nice to see. It gives hope.
I mean, we're always up for coming out and bringing one of the dolls with us. That's not the issue.
Mm-hmm.
We did
I mean-
that to PAX last year.
Yeah, yeah, I did. She was a third.
That's a convention I need to go to. I have never been to PAX. I want to go one day.
Well, technically it was PAX Unplugged. It wasn't the
Yeah.
video game when it was the analog game.
Okay.
That's in Philly.
Game.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I see.
Yeah. Which one was cosplaying? Aaron, Fortitude.
Yeah, it was Fortitude. Well, Erin. We call her Erin. Oh, she's in the other room.
Yeah. So dressed her up as a ranger.
Yeah.
So she was a little
she
elf
was
ranger.
Like she was a thirdling.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Okay.
The person that brings a doll to Colossal Con dressed as the main character from Cat Planet Cuties, which was completely PG-13 or higher.
Oh.
She wasn't showing anything. She was just scantily dressed.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
like,
The one time we were doing a doll cosplay that we actually had a need for the large bust.
I had to go to the pet store so I could get the cat bell.
Batman, PAX or PAX Unplugged?
Oh yeah.
I'm trying to decide if we saw you there.
It's a possibility because Batman is pretty much everywhere. I see Batman Jackson at pretty much every convention I go to.
Well, I saw when you were talking in the last one. Basically, he said something about, or they said something about 27 different ones, and we met them, right? At
I think we met them
Colossal
at
Con?
Yeah, Batman was there.
Yeah.
She was
Yeah.
at Colossal Con.
Because I got a picture with our cat and their bat.
Oh yeah, that
Mhm.
one. Okay.
She had
okay.
a Batgirl hanging off the
Yeah.
side.
Yeah.
Yeah. So moving on to our last part of the main interview for the two of you is basically, is there anything that you would like to share with the individuals watching this live or later on the VOD? Any like
we can.
I'm sorry?
So I said, yeah, we
Oh,
can.
okay. So yeah,
I can
anything
have
that's
permission
like
from the other party.
any upcoming projects or anything that you guys are specifically like really proud of that you just want to like talk about, floor is yours.
Well, so the creator community in Smart Doll is really amazing. And early on, we got to meet some creators that have actually almost become mentors, at least to me. And EDW is one of the people that's been there from the beginning. We're doll friends. And she was actually able to give me some good advice, and we chat back and forth. And I had been wanting to do a collaboration, but not the usual collaboration that you see in the doll world.
Okay.
So we've actually, it's been a few months, us going back and forth, exchanging swatches and everything. So we're actually working on, when she gets in February, we're actually going to be releasing some stuff together.
Ooh, so a collaboration, Kit and Kat and
Yeah.
EDW.
So you guys get a little bit of an exclusive.
Awesome.
So,
That sounds great.
Smart Doll is evolving to be more flexible. So
No
EDW
pun intended.
and KitnKatShop are going to make sure that your dolls are ready to evolve.
Well, that they can take advantage of their new flexibilities.
Yeah.
That's cool. I'm looking forward to this because, for those that are in the hobby, EDW is a pretty big name. And for those that you don't know, EDW stands for Elite Doll World, and they make a lot of
Elite Doll World. She's also got Elite Doll World 1/6, and she's been doing some props too. She's been doing different things.
Yeah, they have a lot of like really good stuff. So, seeing that the two of you are getting together for a collaboration, that's cool. Can't wait to see it.
I don't know if these are actually going to come in focus or not.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Is that a dumbbell?
Yes, it is.
that just kind of give you an idea what the theme of the collaboration might be.
Okay. That's cool. What do we got here? Oh, is a water bottle. That's awesome.
So that's the sneak peek of what we are collaborating with.
And it's been a lot of fun, and I really enjoyed it. I think it's like the first time anybody's ever done anything like this, and I really don't want it to be the last. So,
well, from what we've seen on different collaborations, it's because of the distances that are involved. A lot of the collaborations are people doing they're doing their own thing within a theme. And we did that once.
Yeah.
But as far as people coordinating their stuff together, that's
actually
really,
what do you think about this for this, and what do you think? Let's work out some text, or let's pick some colors, let's pick some textures, let's pick some pieces. So that's been a lot of fun.
Yeah. So basically, we have made it so that we each have products that coordinates with the other person's product. So it's been fun. It's been fun coming up with the different designs. It's been fun coming up with
the different pieces,
the props. I mean,
how you
this is a water bottle.
Because I tell you that my favorite part of that coffee mugs is it's a little inserts, because it's like a fidget toy. I love my remix.
Oh yeah, you could take the top off.
The top comes off, and you can have whichever style of water bottle that you prefer. So there's the drinking one, and just the regular, the one that has the little spout on the top, or the one without it.
Right.
And it's not all of the props we have.
Oh no, it's going to be a big thing.
Awesome. And when are you allowed to say like when it's launching, or that's not worked out yet?
There's a few things up in the air.
Coordination, because basically she had to ship us originals. so that we could photograph it with our part,
Mm-hmm.
and then we're packing everything and sending it to her so she can do her photography
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Okay.
with our part.
I'm
But
looking forward to it. Sounds awesome.
since this is a little bit of a promotion of our shop, if you subscribe to the newsletter, you will know before anybody else when these are going to be released.
Nice. Nice. Do you hear that, people? If you're
Never
watching,
call her-
subscribe to the newsletter. You're going to be the first ones
I've
to
never
know.
called her Cat. Everybody else knows her as Cat. So, but yeah, it's been a lot of fun going back and forth. Like I said, we've kind of become Dolly friends, so
Mhm.
it's fun to kind of throw these ideas back and forth and everything. And
Right, right.
you know, yeah, it's fantastic to have those people that you can, you know, I wouldn't say commiserate with, but share your
Your love for the hobby, I guess you could
yeah.
say. Yeah. I mean, it's
Well,
the
it gives
same
you that
thing.
opportunity to be with somebody who has the same interest where you can go, "Oh, that would be so cool. We should
Right.
do that."
Right, right. Which is in a way is the same thing that we're doing now. I mean, right now on the show,
Yeah.
we the three of us, we love dolls, and everyone in the chat loves the hobby as well, and we're all getting together and having a good time on a Friday
Those are
night.
on my wish list.
So, this is just the thing that's coming out soonest. We've got more things that are basically designed that we're doing our final tweaks on to make them ready.
We did just do the wine set.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Kind of a Valentine's thing.
I saw the wine set that you posted on Instagram. It looks cool. It looks really awesome.
But we're having a lot of fun with things that set a scene. So that's kind of why we started doing the props, is because it sells the scene to help tell the story in a photograph or occasionally a video.
It ties back all the way back to when I was doing the dioramas. You have those little pieces. It's when I used to do doll houses, and I sold a few of them, complete. It was not the house itself. It was the little things that made it look like the people in the dollhouse had just stepped out for a second. We're going to come back in. It's the sandwich that's in the process of being made on the kitchen table. Those are the things that sell it. So it's like if you've got your dolls in a situation, that little thing that they can hold, or even if it just sits on the table next to them, if it ties to that scene, it kind of helps bring you into it.
Right. It makes it feel like more alive.
Yeah.
Rather than something that's just like staged. Like it feels like a real thing.
If they have something to interact with.
That's cool. I definitely like that. I think that's awesome. And the products that you guys have already made and the things that you're coming out with, I'm sure everybody's looking forward to.
We're still doing the jewelry and stuff like that too. We've got a few things that we're tweaking.
Yeah. And we have the YouTube channel, but I think the going forward, the YouTube channel, it's going to have more of the sewing tutorials for the patterns.
Yeah,
so
when we started the YouTube channel, we kind of suckered ourselves into thinking we were going to be YouTubers. And
you can't do all things.
And we just didn't have the time to devote to designing this, sewing that, filming this, doing that. So we're looking more at the YouTube channel being in support of the other stuff. So if you buy one of the patterns, then you also have a tutorial to help you if you're a beginning sewer
or you want to
something
learn how
like
to sew. We've got our Sewing for Dolls 101 kind of thing. So more educational and informational.
Right. So like you said, it backs up your business, so to speak. I don't know why I couldn't think of the word.
And then we actually started this year. We have a separate Instagram called Fox and Moon Doll Studio, and because Kit and Kat became so smart doll centric, this one allows us to have fun with photography, but it's any and all dolls in the collection. It could be Barbies, it could be a Glamour Oz, it could be a 6-inch ABS, blind bag doll. So
it could be my Nendroid.
Yeah. Or your Marin when she gets here.
Next month. But my Chi Nendroid won't be here till like September. I hate pre-orders.
Yeah, pre-orders are, and it's funny too, because pre-orders within the hobby of anime has always been around. Like, you pre-order a statue or a figure or whatever, like it's always been there. And it's just funny how, like, I think I don't think it's because of the dolls, but Volks has its pre-order period where, like, you wait a whole year, to get your doll. And, like, I've noticed that, like, on some things, like on Good Smile or on Ami Ami, the pre-order periods have been getting longer and longer. Like, I pre-ordered a statue last, like, September, and it was supposed to come in December, and now it's slated to come in next April. So like, things are, like, constantly getting, like, longer release dates, I think.
Good Smile actually did, it was kind of buried in their website, but they actually said basically because of the issues surrounding shipping and everything else, that a lot of their release dates for the pre-orders had to get pushed back. And a lot of the anime figures and everything was like 3 months. Some of them were a month, some of them were 2 months, kind of depending on where the manufacturer of that item was.
Yeah, well, I'm a big fan of instant gratification.
Yeah, that's why he liked Danny, because that was kind of unusual. Especially if you look at the resin BJDs, people talk about waiting 2 years, 3 years, and Smart Doll, you could just click, buy, a week later it's on your doorstep.
But he does make the disclaimer that you shouldn't expect that if you buy for Smart Doll and it's not there the next day, you can't get mad. Like, he has that, I don't know the exact wording, but he has some disclaimer that says, it can take 15, maybe 30 days to get to your house.
Yeah, but he's not telling you 2 years.
But I just want to put it out there that don't expect it to come the next day.
I got a head that needs a body, and the body I have to buy, they've already said it could be a year before I get the body.
Oh my goodness. As Smart Doll owners, we're still waiting for the day that Danny starts selling the body separately. Waiting for that day, because I have some floating heads waiting for a body that I need to put them on. So
I've got one that lives in a wicker box.
My floating heads are still.
No light gets to her, she doesn't yellow.
They're still in the packaging that Danny sent them in. They haven't come out because I don't have a body for them.
The only time we have actually had to wait longer than a week for anything from Culture Japan, it was DHL's fault.
Oh yeah.
It got from Tokyo to the US shore in like 18 hours, something ridiculous.
She goes to Ronald Reagan, it sits there for a couple of days.
It went up and down the eastern seaboard twice.
Maryland. Oh. Okay, so the thing is DHL has a place that's like, what, 15 minutes from the house, 20 minutes, well, I'll say half hour. So because we do have to cross the state line, so we can drop off packages for DHL a half hour from our house, but they will not deliver to our house.
That's weird.
It goes to Ronald Reagan National Airport, which is an hour and a half.
Yeah.
If there's traffic. And then it goes to the U.S. Postal Service. It goes all the way up to Pennsylvania.
What?
Then it goes to Maryland. Then sometimes it goes to Williamsport, Maryland, which is just over the border. I mean, I could drive there and go pick it up. at that
Basically,
point.
for us, DHL does not do front door delivery. They hand it off to the post office.
And they took 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Yeah, see, so that's what I've heard from a couple people, like on Facebook groups. Is like, for me, my DHL packages go right to my doorstep, but for others,
That's my attitude.
Sorry, we were
I've
looking
seen
at
it in
the
other
chat.
places. What was that? I'm sorry.
So sorry, we looked at the chat and there was something funny.
Oh, Liz Marie says, yes,
Yeah.
that happened with my undiminished, which might explain her attitude. That is really funny. But yeah, I've heard other people say that that DHL doesn't deliver to their house, that it gets handed off to other carriers before it gets to them.
Yep.
So I mean, I don't have luckily that issue, but it seems like you guys do with DHL.
Because they tell us we live in the boondocks, even though we're 30 minutes from everything.
Oh my goodness. All right, so that pretty much ends everything for today's episode for, talking about our lovely guests, KitnKatShop, Anna and Corey, and about their experiences with doing custom jewelry and having a shop and everything. So unless anyone has any specific questions for Anna and Corey, we'll move on to the last part of the show. So I'll give it a few minutes. So if anyone has any questions, post it in chat, and then we'll address.
Please do.
We'll address as many questions as we can get to, and then we'll move on to the final part of today's episode. But it looks like Liz has more experience, saying usually DHL is good, but that girl took a trip to Houston after already being close to me. What? So wait, I don't know exactly where you live, and you don't have to say where it is, but I'm assuming by you saying it went to Houston, it went to a totally opposite place from where you are. That's my assumption is what you meant by that.
Yeah, well, that's a bad thing for everybody because half my exes live in Texas. Still half. I can math.
So this is part of our not wrong.
Oh, you're in New York City? Oh my God, for it to go from New York City and then to Houston, like that's kind of ridiculous. Why would it go halfway across the country? That's pretty
airport to airport.
That's pretty crazy. Like I remember, and sometimes it's the carrier themselves. Like I think FedEx, I bought something from Japan that was sent by FedEx, and it said, I forgot the actual date, but it was something like, let's say September 1st, it was shipped from Tokyo or something like that. And then like I keep checking the tracking, it's still, leaving from Tokyo. It hasn't arrived anywhere yet. And then like 2 weeks later, it shows up on my door. And I'm like, oh, the package came in, but I didn't get any notifications. And I go to tracking, it's still in transit. Like they never like scanned it throughout the trip. So it's like
time travel.
Yeah, so it's like it just delivered without any, notice of where it has been or going.
Yeah, we always try to remember to ask Daddy, please. Sumimasen, please send FedEx. Please send FedEx.
So Tempest says, what fantasy color vinyl would you like to see?
Green. Green.
Yeah, Corey definitely wants green.
I actually did an entire video begging
Yes.
Danny for green.
Yeah, I saw that video. You definitely.
Daddy was laughing his head off at that.
And we're actually going to talk about
that.
We're actually going to talk about that later on at the end of the show, about your obsession with green.
Although, okay, so there's a problem. He showed the new vampire girl in the cinnamon.
Oh yeah, she's beautiful.
Adorable. And somebody said, cinnamon, it's got a little bit of a pink hue. Well, he made a blue doll. That's Abby from Monster High. And there's a gray one. That's Ghoulia from Monster High. And then if we get the vampire and the cinnamon, then that's Draculaura. So
okay, but you know that just because I like Abby, that's not going to be the one that they do, because they're going to say it's more like freaking Laguna.
Well, if you were to ask me, I'm pretty sure most people that know me knows what color I want to see. and that would be a lavender.
Purple.
Lavender.
I want
lavender.
a lavender. I know that Volks already did
You want
one
a
with their
lavender
Dolphy
Chitose.
icon, but if Danny ends up doing a lavender, I'm 100% on board.
and Cat of Magical Girl Kit Kat, she wants all of them in 40.
Yeah, all of them in 40. Every color in 40. I mean, I want every color in Chitose. I am trying not to buy a Galactic Gray because I'm hoping one day a Galactic Gray OG Chitose will appear. I'm waiting for that day.
It'll be right when he says the Galactic Gray is going away and green is coming out.
Yeah, probably. That's probably when it's gonna happen because that's pretty much how it happened with the blue. So let's see.
Danny announces green. I am not getting in any click wars. I am getting on a plane. I will be outside the.
Be like, let me in.
Give me the green.
Give me a green plus.
Liz Marie says they usually go to Cincinnati and then here. I just had a package from Solaris stay in customs a week. Never have I ever. Oh my gosh, stayed in customs for a week? I hope they didn't like, because sometimes when they go in customs they have to open it. Like I hope they didn't damage whatever it was that you ordered.
Oh, on peanuts.
Batman Jackson says, I need my mint.
I always worry when I
to
see
make
Jamaica, New York.
Oh, Jamaica, New York. She says, I need my mint to make a Frankenstein or Frankie. Frankenstein. Sorry, Frankenstein.
That's one of the OG Monster High girls.
No, Batman, not lime green, not mint green.
Then we just get a tea and we've got Claudine.
Oh no.
Quit trying to make the good dolls into bad dolls.
Tempest says Laguna is blue. What is it? What'd you say? Phi to the new Monster High recolor. I didn't get that reference.
They make Booyah green. She's mint green. I'm looking at her.
Liz Marie says, I want Chitose Realityverse back in T. I miss her. Yeah, I didn't even know that was a thing. Yeah, well, I think didn't Danny make a post saying that when he released Chitose Realityverse that it's possible that may be the only release.
Yeah.
Depending on how many sell or how much popularity that there is.
Now, was she the semi-real or was that multiverse that was the semi-real Chitose?
No, it was the multiverse. It was multi. Okay. That's why he was making some weird thing saying that it's way too long of a name because it was the Chitose multiverse realityverse version.
We have not succumbed to Chi fever so far, but she the semi-real one. Yeah. If I didn't have other obligations, that lottery win.
Yeah, she is definitely not for everybody, but she has her own following, and pretty much every doll from Smart Doll kind of has their own following. You have.
Chi seems to be the biggest with Chi and Fortitude.
Yeah, Chi and 40 are big. Yeah, they have big followings for Chi and Fortitude. Back in the day, Melody had a really big following. There was a big group of people that really loved Melody.
Was it Haruka, the one with the pigtails?
Yeah, Haruka too. I think was it Strength had a really big following, I believe, as well, and of course Prowess has her own following of individuals. There's that one person on Instagram that does nothing but Prowess. What's his name? Doll JPF, I think is his name.
Yeah.
And every photo is Prowess in all skin tones. He has every skin tone of Prowess. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Liz Marie says, I don't have an OG Chi. Mimi Bernard says she's Wicked Sculpt for Rem and Rom from ReZero.
Oh yeah, I've seen your Instagram. They're really cute. She's got two of them, and they're Rem and Ram. They're twins.
Let's see. There's also someone with 6 Harukas. He made 6 different Harukas?
Oh yeah, that's the guy that always shows them with their sleeves rolled up.
Oh, is it? I didn't even know there
in
was
the
6 of
bathroom.
them. I didn't know there were 6 versions.
Yeah. He's got Coco ones. Yeah.
And Tempest is talking about rainbow prowess. Is that the one with the 3 whiskers now? With the
Yeah,
different
that was the
colors that
one
he
that
posted?
he
Yeah, yeah.
showed.
Yesterday or this
Yeah,
morning or
it was this
something.
morning, I
Mhm.
think.
It was very
Because she
recent.
had the Pride t-shirt on.
Yeah, it was very, very recent. So, all right. So that's doesn't seem like there's much questions. It's more of us just like going on tangents right now.
Yeah,
So
this is what this is for everybody to talk about. Oh my god, I love this.
Did
Did you see this? I love that.
So we're gonna move on to a part that is gonna take up quite some time for the rest of the show because we have a lot to we have a lot to talk about on this next section.
I should probably
You need more
I should
caffeine?
probably prepare.
Yeah. So we're gonna move on to the next section, which is the anime corner. So this is gonna be a big section for us this week because both Anna and Corey have a lot to talk about for the anime corner. Which is totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just warning you guys that are watching that we have a lot to say when it comes to
between the 3 of us, there's probably at least one anime that anybody on your list can relate to.
Probably. And usually we do the Dream Doll section first, but today we're going to do anime corner first because it kind of ties into Dream Doll afterwards. So
Yeah.
So we're going to tackle that. We're just going to wait for Corey to get back so we could get this party started. But yeah, so I mean, for those of you that are here strictly just for the doll stuff, we are going to be talking about anime right now, and then
Well, it's doll adjacent.
and then we're going to return to the doll
They're
stuff when we
anime
get to
dolls.
Dream Dolls. So yeah, I when I saw your guys' email with the different shows that you wanted to show in anime corner.
Oh, wait a minute. There's some more.
I was like, this is gonna be a topic right here. I was like, so I think we're gonna start with the very first anime is gonna be actually Anna's choice, which is gonna be this show, Komi Can't Communicate. So I personally have not seen this show. So Anna, if you could sell this to the audience that's watching, what did you like
Komi
about this?
suffers communism.
It's what? It's what?
And it means that she has a hard time talking to people. She has an anxiety disorder.
Okay.
Basically.
Okay.
The character has an anxiety disorder or communication disorder.
Mm-hmm.
And Tadano is the other main character, and he's kind of the
introvert
average
whisperer.
he's the average guy, your typical anime male character,
Mm-hmm.
but he seems to be able to interpret her.
He says in the first episode that his talent is reading the room.
Yeah.
Mm. Oh, okay. So I see what's going on. So she has, as this title indicates, she has trouble communicating and socializing with people, and then this individual in her classroom somehow gets her and can relay it to other people.
And the other part of that is not only does she have a communication disorder, but she's the princess. Everybody worships her. She's she's beautiful, and everybody just assumes she doesn't communicate because she's just aloof. Unworthy.
Oh, so she's like
her.
She's like the envy of the class.
Yes, yes. She is the queen, and we worship the queen.
Now, is she also the class president, I'm assuming?
No, because she would have to talk.
Yeah. and as I started reading the manga long before the anime started, and the manga, it's like each episode they would introduce another character that would have their own form of communication disorder neuroses. There's a character, he looks like he's the big bad gangster type, but inside he's just, I love Tadano, he's my favorite. He thinks Komi is his sensei. It's just...
Basically, this is the most effed up high school in all of Japan.
Everyone's got issues.
Everybody's got some kind of a disorder.
See, I've heard of a lot of people talking about this show. I just haven't seen it yet. Like, it's on my queue of stuff to watch, but I just haven't gotten to it yet.
Well, unless something has changed, it was only available on Netflix. I actually subscribed to Netflix just for this.
But I fell for the manga. I mean, there's a character in
Mhm.
Najimi who is
Them.
they're non-binary, and they kind of address it in the first because apparently they used to identify as male, and
Mhm.
they're just, but it's actually with a lot of sweet humor and
Mhm.
acceptance,
Mhm.
which is without being over the top or pandering. It's just kind of a, we accept this.
So is it like
Sometimes it's awkward and it's funny at the same time.
so I can definitely understand that it's comedy, but would you say it's like romantic comedy or just mainly just comedy?
Yeah, it starts to delve into that.
Okay.
It starts to delve into that. You can see that there's a it starts as a nice friendship, but you can see there's that little bit of the
underlying tones
yeah,
coming through.
yeah. But it's really sweet, and I loved all the different characters with their foibles and quirks and eccentricities.
Okay, well,
And
I'll have to bump this up on my priority list of things to watch because it sounds really interesting. So, moving on to the next show, uh, this one here, which is Full Metal
I'll hand it
Panic.
to him.
And I gotta say, when I saw this on your list of anime that you wanted to talk about, I was like, yes. It's one of my favorite shows of all time.
This is my all-time favorite.
I really
My
love this
all-time
show.
favorite.
It's so good in so many ways. If you like comedy, it's got comedy. If you like, mecha, it's got mecha. If you want something that's serious, it has its serious moments. Like, it's got a bit of everything in this.
Did you see the 4th season?
No, I've seen season 1, I've seen
spoilers.
season 2, and I've seen the what's it called? The Fumofu, which is like the joke season where it's like
That's
all
my favorite.
it's all comedy. It's
Funny,
like
funny,
100% comedy, like nothing was serious in that season. But the one that came after that, I didn't get a chance to see that yet. I have to watch that one.
It's really, I don't know of any other show that did this. There have been a lot of animes that have been running for years, decades. But there was a pretty short gap between the first season and then Fumofu, and then the technically the second, but there was like a 10-year gap.
Yeah.
And then they released the 4th season.
Yeah.
And I watched that, and I've watched it a couple of times, and it is very intense and very powerful, but it's a cliffhanger. And even if they do manage to finish off the story, I'm not waiting 10 years for it. So after I watched that again, I went on Amazon and I bought all 4 of the collected volumes of the light novels just so I could see what was going to happen after this. I'm not waiting.
Oh, so did it finish in the light novels? It just didn't.
Yes,
it just didn't finish in the anime.
Conclusion. There are 12 volumes of the light novel, and unfortunately, as far as the manga goes, the only stuff that we can get in the States only covers like the first 2 or 3 of the light novels. And there's a lot more in Japanese, and I never learned to read Japanese, which made me wonder why the hell I went into a Japanese bookstore in Shinjuku.
To look at all the pretty pictures. But for people that are watching that have no idea, because we kind of just like started going on with our opinions on this show, but for those of you that have no idea, basically what happens in this show is that there is a small, very rare group of people that have this ability to calculate equations and do all these amazing things and create things or whatever. And they're very highly sought after in the world, especially the military world. And the girl that you see in the picture with the turquoise hair is one of those individuals, and she's like one of the main characters. And then the other main character, which is the guy in the very middle of the picture, Sosuke, he's basically part of a private military outfit that's tasked with protecting her. So he pretty much follows her around all day through school and after school and is protecting her. And he has no, absolutely no social aspect to him at all. Like, he has no idea how to talk to people, no idea how to communicate. All he knows is fight, fight, fight. And
the whole backstory on him is that he was born in Afghanistan, and he's been a guerrilla fighter literally his whole life. He's 16 years old. He's never had anything but military-esque fighting stuff.
Right.
So when he goes to Japan and gets put in a regular high school, he is completely fish out of water. Just one minor joke that is in there is when he's getting ready to go to the high school, all of the people to support him give him things that that are typical of high school kids, and he needs to be familiar with them. And one of them gives him a condom.
Yeah.
And they're teasing him, saying, "Do you even know what that is?" "Well, of course I know what that is. I've used it several times." "Oh my gosh. Yeah, did you know that it could hold a liter of water?"
Yeah. He was talking about condoms to use as a survival tool to hold water. Like, he didn't even know it could be used for any other aspect whatsoever.
It's just a nice compact way to hold a liter of water for an emergency.
He just has no idea. And it's not like he was trying to be funny. He just literally had no idea. Like all he knows is that it holds water. It's a great show. If you haven't seen it, it's an older show, but it is available on certain streaming service. I believe Crunchyroll does have it. Netflix does not have it, but Crunchyroll I think does. So if you do want to watch it,
I don't know, because I've actually bought them twice.
I
I bought them on DVD and then I bought them on Blu-ray.
have all of them except for the last one, obviously.
Well, my the second raid, the second serious one after the comedy one, I will never get rid of those DVDs, because I actually got Chris Patton, who voices Sosuke. I met him in Dallas at a convention, and he signed
nice
my case.
That's awesome. Yeah, never get rid of that for sure.
No.
But yeah, it's really good. And if you like it, the first season's mixed with everything. So the first season's a little bit of comedy, a little bit of romance, a little bit of mecha fighting, all that kind of stuff. When you get to the pseudo, I want to call it like season and a half. It was like the comedy season, which is called Fumofu. It was only like 10 episodes or something like that. And it was strictly comedy. Like, off the wall, ridiculous stuff happens. I think the pony episode is one of my favorites.
Still make that joke in public.
The pony episode's good. My other favorite episode is the rugby episode.
Yes.
Oh my god. Yes. I was that was dying.
The thing that I was told I couldn't talk about because I would quote the stuff that got bleeped.
Oh yeah, there was so much bleeping in that episode. Like, the rugby episode had me dying. Like, if you don't watch anything Full Metal Panic, at least watch the Fumofu season, because it's so good. It is just so good on how funny it is. And then the actual second season was more of the serious note, I felt. Like,
it got dark.
Yeah, it got really dark. It was very serious. Like, some of the comedy was still there, but it was mostly just serious and dark for the second season.
They really upped it. It got more into the I don't want to say it's gory, but they weren't afraid to show more realistic depictions of war viciousness.
Yeah, they definitely did up the ante a little bit on that part of it. And then obviously I can't comment on the last season because I didn't see that, but I know, Corey, you said you saw it.
You need to watch it.
I definitely will. Now, obviously, because I like talking about it from episode 15 as husbandos and waifus. I mean, in this show, I definitely have a waifu of Talitha Testarossa.
Everybody's from this show.
I think no, I think there's some individuals out there that actually like Mao, and then I think there's very small percentage of people that actually can stomach the I can't even remember her name anymore.
Kaname.
Kaname, yeah. Like I don't really know anyone that really likes Kaname, but there may be some people out there. But definitely
the only
Talitha.
Nendroid from this series is Talitha.
And for those watching, if you don't know, Talitha is the silver-haired or white-haired girl that you can see in the picture here, right over here.
So, yeah, she's actually a dream doll for me.
Yeah, she's great. I love her character. She's absolutely gorgeous, but she's also funny and can be super serious when she wants to be. So,
oh, you need to see 4. She has one of the greatest moments in the entire series in 4.
Oh, I have to watch it now. I like the episode where she and Mao go at it.
Oh yeah.
That's a great episode.
Yeah, the beach battle.
Yeah, the beach battle. That was a good one. But yeah, if you're watching this stream either live or on VOD and you have not seen Full Metal Panic, please go see it. If you're not a mecha fan, it doesn't matter. You'll like the other aspects of the show. Because there's so many facets to it. Like, so definitely check it out.
The mech is almost a side note.
Yeah, the mech is kind of like a side note. Unless you get to like season 2, the series season, then you get a little bit more mech heavy in that one. But definitely the first season is a little bit of everything. And then if you want to watch the Fumofu, definitely Fumofu's awesome. But if you don't want to go as far as getting super serious, then maybe not go past that point, I guess. It's a great show. And I guess you could say that, Sosuke could be a husbando for some people. But there's no, I mean, the only person that's white-haired with a beard is Callahan, which is like the second.
Callahan.
Yeah, he's the second in command. So, Kat, if you're watching, that might be the only guy in this show for you. After talking about husbandos and waifus, that might be Kat's favorite character. I don't know, maybe. All right, so moving on. The next show is Chobits. Chobits is, I feel like anybody that is in the doll hobby for anime dolls cannot be an anime doll fan and not know about Chobits. Like, I feel like if you like anime dolls, and I'm not talking resin dolls, I'm talking just, either Smart Doll or Dolphy Dreams, like that kind of style interests you, it's kind of hard not to know Chobits, I feel.
Well, I actually stumbled on Chobits.
Really?
Yeah, when I was living in Texas, I would occasionally on a if I had a weekday off, we were a 24/7 shop, so occasionally my weekend would be in the middle of the week. I would roam around to the pawn shops and look for bargains on anything. Well, I went to this one and they had a shrink wrapped bundle of 7 different anime series complete. And they were selling them as a set. And I think I paid $60 or $70 for all of them. And Chobits was in there. And I watched it, and there's a lot of stuff in there that seems very pandering and everything, but I honestly think that the message behind the whole thing was a lot deeper than people give this story credit for.
Right.
The whole ending is, what are you willing to give up to be with the person that you want to be with?
Right.
Okay, so here's an interesting factoid.
You haven't watched it. You don't get to talk about it.
I I like some Momo.
I like Samomo.
He's got a little life-size Samomo figure.
Oh,
But so Corey has several Chi statues, and he's got one, and she's in the little pink outfit.
mm-hmm.
I had Danny's beer girl outfit.
Mm-hmm.
If you make that beer girl outfit in one solid color pink, his beer outfit is an exact replica of that pink Chi outfit.
Really? I can kind of see it now. I'm trying to picture it, like visualize it in my head.
Yep.
It's the one when she gets suckered into being in the Peep Show.
It is exact.
Oh, hell,
all the pieces. Yeah, because it's still up on my thing because I keep saying I'm gonna make it.
Yeah, Chobits is a great.
With the puffs, the little vest top, the top underneath, and the skirt. It is that pattern.
Yeah, Chobits is a great show. Oh yeah, I can kind of see it.
So if anybody wants to make a Chi out of a smart doll, you've already got the pattern.
Talking about, KitnKatShop and their wonderful work with magnets.
It's in the works. Don't worry about
it. I see you already know where I was going with this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Danny did the skull cap with the magnets, and we're already working on things behind the scenes to figure out how we can.
Because I'm looking at Chi's ears, and I'm like,
Yeah, I'm on it.
I got the fabric to make a Samomo.
I'm on it.
I think one of the small the MDDs.
Mimi Bernard says Chobits, Dita, and Zima are so cool. I'm not entirely sure what you're referring to.
Yeah, I'm not either.
Mimi. You need to explain a little bit more, but and Tempest says I only made it past the first episode or two. Of what? Are you talking about Full Metal Panic or Chobits, Tempest? Let me know.
I think that was up there during Full Metal Panic.
Oh, maybe for Full Metal Panic? Yoshi says Fumofu series is very funny. Yes, it is. Absolutely. Yeah. And he loves Full Metal Panic, apparently. I'm telling you guys, it's a great show. But Chobits is also really good, though. Don't sleep on Chobits. It's between a guy and this girl, she trying to get to understand each other and get together, and they start to develop feelings, and it's very, very interesting. It's a good show. It's an older show, but it's still a goodie. Yeah. Still a goodie.
Yeah, I think it's early 2000s, like 2001, 2002.
Yeah, probably early 2000s. But definitely good. I've actually seen some people do some custom cheese online. I think they're floating around somewhere. All right, next show. Now this one, oh my gosh, this one is how do we even introduce this one? So essentially, this is an anime that is very famous for, I guess you could say, really bad dubbing.
No.
Is the best way to describe it? What would you say is the best way to describe it, Corey? Because
I will tell you the actual story behind this.
Okay.
I stumbled across this one for the same reason that you did, because people were posting clips of it. But all of the main characters that you see there, not the little kid, the younger one, but they are all voiced by the same English voice actors from Full Metal Panic.
Really?
So, yeah, the guy in the green coat, that's Sosuke. The girl next to him with the Letterman's jacket, that's Talitha. The girl with the purplish hair, that's Konami. Not Konami, Kyoko.
Oh, Kyoko, okay.
Best friend with the big glasses.
Yeah. And
the kid on the end is Shinji from Full Metal Panic.
He kind of looks like Shinji, to be honest.
Yeah, the guy, he always does the same character because his voice fits that character. So the story behind this is that Funimation, I think, they licensed this from whoever made it, and they paid for it. They got it over here, and they were starting to go through and do all of the English translation so they could match the mouth flaps and everything. And they just went,
This is
this is not a good show.
This is
No,
bad.
no.
This is not a good show. We are not going to be able to sell this. So they went back to the original creators and said, hey, would it be okay if we changed it? And they had already sold it, and I guess it didn't do very well over there. So they said there are only, we don't care what you do except for one thing. All of the ghosts and spirits and everything else, they're all based on real Japanese folklore. You can't change their name or their basic
backstory.
What they're like a spirit of.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, go nuts.
Well, that kind of explains things.
Paper, blue paper.
And they did. It starts out and they're just making it a comedy, but as the series goes on and on and on, it's like they just told the voice actors, here's the framework, do it, just ad lib it.
Yeah, it's pretty much the whole show is improv. The entire show is improv. Like,
the cat is possessed by a demon spirit, and oh, I love the cat. It's like Salem from Sabrina the Witch, but
listen,
far worse.
All you have to do, for those of you that have no idea what we're talking about ghost stories, all you have to do is go to www.youtube.com, click on the search button, type ghost stories anime, and you're gonna be shown a plethora of miniature clips of 1-2 minutes, maybe even 5-minute segments
just horrible.
of just horrible, god-awful dubbing, but not only god-awful dubbing, but like really strange improvs that you would never expect. Like picture a scene where two people walk into a kombini and they're like, how much is this hot dog? And the lady behind the counter says, oh, it's $2. That makes sense, right? No, not in ghost stories. If you take that same scene, the two people would not say that, even though they're holding a hot dog and they're in a kombini and they're asking for money. What's coming out of the flaps of the lips has nothing to do with what you're seeing on screen. They're going to be talking about something totally different, and there's a lot of profanity in it too. Like,
there's a lot of profanity.
Yeah, when it gets towards the end of the series, they just said, you know what, we're not even going to try for a G rating or a PG rating or a PG-13 rating, but it's not necessarily that they're talking about nothing that makes sense. The story still makes sense.
It didn't make sense to me.
Well, you said that all you saw was the little short clip.
Yeah, I know, but like still, those clips
like
made
in the
no
first
sense.
episode, the first 5 minutes, they're moving the dad, the little kid in the front, and the girl in the red and yellow jacket. They're siblings, and their mom is dead.
And that comes up a lot. My mom is dead. How dare you? I got a dead mom.
And so they're moving in to her parents' house. So they're talking to essentially the grandparents, and they're sitting there. And I'm sure that in the original, it's this heartwarming. So thank you so much for letting us stay here. This is so nice. And basically, they have the old people say, why do you want to live in your dead wife's house? This is weird. You're weird. You're sick. And as they keep talking, then the old man finally, the old lady says something, and the old man says, when this bitch kicks, I'm moving to Vegas.
It's so bad. Like, I'm telling you, I personally have never watched the series in its entirety. Like, I didn't start at episode 1 and make it all the way through the end. My only experience with this show is through YouTube clips, because every single person that has discovered that this show exists found out about it through YouTube clips.
We were dating, and then we started spending. We don't date. We started spending more and more time together, and he introduced this to me as one of his favorite animes.
Oh no!
And for a year and a half, I called it Ghosts in School. That is the premise. There is a new school that everybody goes to.
Old school.
and it is next to the old abandoned haunted school that is built on cursed land.
Mhm.
And all these demons live in the cursed school. So it's like the dumbest Scooby-Doo team ever.
Oh my gosh. I have no real words to really explain like how bad and great this show is at the same time. Like you really just need to experience it for yourself.
Because sometimes things are so bad they're good, like Food Wars.
But Food Wars, I feel like it wasn't, but Food Wars didn't seem improv to me. You know what I mean? It's still a story that was scripted. Like this, I feel like they said, picture you're in a house and then go for it. Whatever you want to talk about, just go for it. Like they just started making stuff up. Like it's just crazy.
Okay, next.
Just watch
Yeah,
it.
just
Don't watch
it.
just the YouTube clips.
Oh no.
You have to watch entire episodes because it actually isn't as bad as you're making it out.
It's pretty rude.
There is.
No, I mean, as far as making sense, it's not just random hot dogs.
I don't know. It felt very random. But then again, I did only watch it from YouTube, so if you don't like cursing or vulgarity, don't watch it then. Because there's a lot of it in it. And obviously if you're a child,
I will bring it on a hard drive and we will watch the entire
don't
thing.
let your kids watch it too. If you're an older parent with young kids, don't let your kids watch it.
16 and up.
Okay, moving on from one of the craziest things ever. Next is My Dress Up Darling, which we've talked about previously on this show, but we're going to bring it up again because it's such a good show, and both Anna and Corey are big fans. Basically, this show is cosplay. It's just getting you into cosplay, and there's an individual that's very much into cosplay, and then the other individual has no idea what cosplay is. So they come from two different worlds and they collide into this whole thing and they work together where one likes to cosplay and the other one likes to make clothing for cosplay. So for those of you in the doll hobby, this is actually somewhat relatable. And for those of you that just like anime, it's just ultimately relatable, I guess you could say.
I absolutely love the first episode where she says, basically you should be able to enjoy what you enjoy.
Yes.
And she's not into his hobby, but she totally gets why he's into his hobby.
And he realizes it too.
/job.
The thing is he realizes it too, right? Because he's like people actually do this stuff? Why? And then when she explained it, and then he was like, oh, that's just like me and my hobby. So yeah. Just like what you like.
His is doll related, and then hers is the cosplay. And I loved it.
Yeah, and the dynamic between the two characters, how they bounce off each other really well, is just great. And
I like that they were able to. Sometimes anime tends to fall into those tropes and those traps. There's some of the usual anime tropes for an anime of this kind, but she never becomes a tsundere. She never becomes the angry character.
No, yeah, she definitely doesn't.
She realizes when she's kind of crossed the line with him.
Well, for all of it, it does have its moments of lewdness isn't the right word, but more adult situations. But it is honestly one of the more sweet animes that I've ever seen.
Yeah, there are some how should you say ecchi, I guess.
There's fan service.
There's some ecchi moments in it, but overall, it is pretty wholesome. Like the overall message that you get from watching it, is pretty wholesome.
This is one of the few animes that I have seen where you actually, number one, root for the couple, and you understand why. Because a lot of the romantic comedy stuff, you just like, why in the heck would this girl have any interest in this guy? Because he's a jerk.
Yeah, it's
this one
really good.
you get it.
I like this show a lot. I think it's really cool. I can't wait for season 2. I want to see more of it. I'm super excited for it. And the thing I think is really weird.
Harmonia.
One of the things I think is weird is that it's a product of Square Enix. And, you know, Square Enix has already done collaborations with Volks for 2B, Nier Automata, and Final Fantasy 14. I really hope Volks comes out with their own Marin doll.
You think they will, though, since A-Zone did theirs
It's possible because both Dolphy Dream and A-Zone has created their own versions of Jeanne d'Arc from Fate Grand Order and Saber, I believe. So, I mean, both companies did make those characters and did have licenses for those characters.
Good Smile has their Harmonia line, which is kind of a cross between a fashion doll and an android.
Yeah, I saw that line. It's actually really cool.
And he has ordered Marin.
Yeah, mine should be here next month.
Yeah, I can't wait to see pictures of that. I'll be watching your Instagram page.
Me of like pull-ups.
Yeah, like the way they're designed, it's kind of like a pull-up, but the head is not as exaggerated.
Yeah,
it's a little bit bigger, but it's not as big as like a pull-up style.
And she doesn't have that. She's actually got a shape to her. She's not that super skinny.
Yeah, peg, like where it's just like a straight line doll.
Yeah, she got a little bit of a booty.
Yeah,
he's just not. If you want to skip the next couple, I'm fine with that. The late additions, because I just realized.
Yeah, we're coming up on 4 hours. We're on for a long time tonight, but chat is still holding strong. We still got a couple of people still in chat. Thank you for staying with us.
Bad anime.
So we're gonna run through a couple of these really quick.
Okay, we'll take these next ones quicker then.
Yeah. So Love Hina is one of the ultimate harems of its time. It's one of the first like really popular harems. If you haven't seen Love Hina, definitely go and see it because it's really good. It's a gentleman that lives in an all-girl like house basically. So you can imagine what kind of
onsen for some reason.
Yeah, so you can imagine what kind of antics ensue from that.
A lot of fan service.
Yes, definitely watch
it. Like I said before, my first smart doll is named after a character from this anime.
Yes,
so
which is
one of the reasons. Yep.
Oh, wait, it's this one here, here.
That's Kitsune.
That's Kitsune. My favorite character from the show as well. I like. She's one of the best.
I did when Danny released the Kimono Hakuma, the set that he did, the black and white. I got the sword, the katana and stuff, and it was to be kind of a pseudo cosplay.
She's my favorite.
Yeah, Kits
Motoko.
Oh, Motoko.
Motoko's actually my favorite.
Oh, you
character.
Like her?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I like the name Kitsune.
I just like Kitsune because she's a
schemer. She actually embodies the fox spirit.
Yeah, she's very much so Kitsune. A schemer, but she also loves to drink, so that's also a good plus. But yeah, if you haven't seen Love Hina, definitely watch it. There's, I think, 1 season and 3 movies, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, there was Love Hina again, which is basically a short 3-episode series.
It's like a little OVA thing. Yeah.
And then there were like 4 different OVAs that are seasonally based. So there's a spring, a summer, a fall.
Yeah. I remember those. I have them somewhere in the basement because I remember I was collecting those. But yeah, definitely a good show. If you haven't seen it, watch it. And then this one is Haganai, which I have no experience with. So Anna, if you could take this away.
Yeah, this is one of my. In fact, actually, Kat has a teeny tiny manga of Haganai that he made for me.
Well, just briefly, like, what's it about?
Comedy.
It's more than that. So basically, the guy in the center, because he is not 100% Japanese, he's got this blonde hair. And he's got kind of a serious face. So because he's different, everybody thinks that he's dyed his hair because he's a bad boy. And so because of his
Right.
serious face, he's very scary.
Mm-hmm.
But all of the characters in here, they join this club because they want to make friends. They don't have any friends. They don't know how to make friends. They just want friends. And the whole thing is how they keep doing these club activities to try and figure out how they're going to get friends. And they don't really realize that
But they're friends with each other.
they become friends with each other. And then there's the side thing about how he's the only guy in the club, so all of the girls like
Crush
him.
on
They're all
Yeah.
crushing on him, yeah.
Because
Yeah.
he's a good guy. He's not the scary person everybody thinks he is, but it's got some great
You got
comedy
the
moments.
Yandere, you got the Sundara, you got all the tropes.
You've got the pervy scientist.
I get Rika.
I think I can picture which one it is just by looking at this.
I mean, she turned mecha anime into somehow pornographic. Just
Oh my goodness.
bizarre.
The blonde is the school princess, the super smart. Her dad's actually the dean.
The president, she's the wealthy family, doesn't even have to try. Just basically everything comes to her naturally, and she's still a bitch about it.
Yeah, and none of the girls want to be her friend because she's
all of the
worshipped by
guys
the
want to be
boys.
with her.
And so nobody takes her seriously. Yeah,
Do you know
got the brunette's the childhood friend.
Do you know where
and we know how childhood friends end up in Japanese anime?
Do you know where this can be
Never get the
seen?
boy.
Is this on
I'm sorry,
is this
what?
on Netflix or Crunchyroll or something like that? Well, like where can people find this
I think it's on Crunchyroll.
Yeah.
I
Crunchyroll?
have a tendency. I'm old and I don't like change, but I also don't trust large companies. So if there's something I like, I buy it on physical media. So a lot of these I don't know where they're available to stream because I have purchased it because I've heard too many stories about I bought this thing on Amazon digitally and now it's not available anymore. So I don't trust people.
That's not good.
But it's readily available. We
Okay.
even still see the manga on the shelf.
I'll have to check it out because that's one show I did not know about, and now it sounds really interesting. I gotta go see it. And then I think that ends it up. So we have the last part, which is Dream Doll, and we're gonna talk about a couple dolls that Anna and Corey would like to see. So first up is Corey's favorite, which is gonna be She-Hulk.
Yes.
And these are some of my personal suggestions of looking at She-Hulk and seeing what could work. I have the Dolphy Dream and the Smart Doll side. So I think DH 25 and 26 might be good for She-Hulk.
26.
Obviously, you would have to dye the vinyl to make it green in order to create the She-Hulk. Same thing with Smart Doll. I thought Perseverance or Anime North might work well. And if Danny actually gets around to releasing Galactic Green or Galaxy Green or whatever he's going to call it, I think these two head sculpts might make a good candidate for a She-Hulk.
Well, since this is Dream Doll, basically I want a version of a standard doll, probably Anime North, and then I want the same doll in green as a plus.
We haven't seen that yet. We haven't seen a plus fantasy color.
Well, you didn't say I had to actually try and be able to find it now. You said,
no, yeah. No, I'm just saying in general, I don't think we've seen a plus in a fantasy color, but that would be really cool to see it. Like I wouldn't mind seeing a plus size blue, green, or gray doll. Hell yeah. I'm down for that.
She-Hulk is supposed to be like 6.5 feet tall.
Yeah,
a plus is the only way to do this properly.
I don't want to get off on another tangent, but like you guys have seen the She-Hulk TV show from Marvel?
Yeah.
You guys did you guys like it?
It had moments. It was I liked that they were trying very hard to stay true to the source material. But they had a lot of different source materials to choose from, and so they were trying to do a little picking and choosing. So there was some stuff that didn't work. I think that they should have spent the money on better CGI for a lot of the stuff. But it did capture. Okay, I have every She-Hulk comic.
Yes.
So you have the one that's pictured here in the picture then.
Yep. Yeah, that's the latest iteration of She-Hulk. But I've got Savage She-Hulk #1, the last Stan Lee penned comic from 1981.
That's gotta be worth something, I would say.
And I paid $8 for it, and the last time I saw it, it was graded at like 9.2, and they wanted 300 for it.
Ooh. So it's increasing in value. Okay.
Well, the show came out.
Because of the show, yeah.
I mean, I loved the show. The only gripe I could say about the show was, for some odd reason, every show Marvel has done has been pretty much an hour, but the She-Hulk episodes were short.
Yeah.
Well, they were trying to make it more of a comedy series, because that's the Sensational She-Hulk, the second iteration of She-Hulk. It was more funny book.
Yeah.
She-Hulk was breaking the fourth wall before Deadpool was conceived.
Yeah,
before Deadpool, there was She-Hulk.
There was She-Hulk.
And I did love that at the end of. I liked the fourth wall breaking, including. I don't want to spoiler it, but in the last episode where there was the whole climbing bit.
Yeah.
That one, that caused me to go, yes, they're doing it right.
Yeah, I like that aspect of She-Hulk. Like, from the get-go, the very first episode, they already show that she's cognizant of where she is, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's good. But yeah, Dream Doll for She-Hulk, definitely a possibility of making your own custom one if Danny releases the green skin tone color. That's definitely going to be something that could happen. Next up is Squirrel Girl. So Squirrel Girl.
Now this one is not really a dream doll for me because I already have it.
You just can't get the wig.
You just can't get the wig right.
Get that short red shag cut.
Well, here,
if anybody in the chat knows somebody who has that wig and will sell it to us, or can make that wig, take our money.
If you go and look at the Smart Dolls on Danny's site, it's the wig that Justice in Coco is wearing.
This wig,
but in red. But that picture you've got up there is the perfect. That's the hair I want, and that's it. This is not actually a dream doll for me. It's a dream wig.
A dream wig. It's a dream wig.
This wig.
Sumi's full name is Kinazumi. Squirrel.
Well, I have my little suggestions if you were to try and make a dream doll version of these. These are a couple of face sculpts that I thought may work, from what I could tell. So either a DD14, a DD24 if you're going for the Volks route. If you're using Danny Chu head sculpts, I kind of like the regular North version or Envisage. I think either of these could possibly make a good candidate for making a custom.
We ended up using Felicity.
You used Felicity, okay. Felicity's not a bad one either.
In Visions, I can see it because it was something about the bigger eyes, and then we changed them for the maple, the brown color.
Yeah, so I mean, like, if you were, I mean, these are my choices, what I would try to use if I were to make a custom Squirrel Girl, but yeah. And by the way, for people that don't know Squirrel Girl, this girl's insanely strong.
She's unbeatable.
She's insanely strong. Like, way too strong for her own good.
She single-handedly beat both Thanos and Galactus.
Yeah. It's pretty wild.
With the power of squirrels.
Now, obviously, we're going to talk about Talitha because we talked about Full Metal Panic. So I have a couple suggestions of my own for her. If you're using Dolphy Dream head sculpts, I think a 7 might work, or a 23 could be good choices for her. For Smart Doll, I usually like to bank on Mirai because she has just a great face that can be used for pretty much a lot of things. And and then down here we have Starlight, which I think might work too for Talitha.
No, I actually think I agree with you. I think that either the 07 or Mariah, and I hadn't even thought of that. But I think you're right.
Yeah, like, I mean, just
with the braided wig, I think Mariah could pull it off.
Yeah, just trying to visualize it. Like, I'm just trying to think, like, if I were to make a Talitha, would this work? And these are my suggestions. I think if you made a Talitha doll, I think any of these could possibly work. But you're right. I do strongly feel for either the Mirai or the 7. They work the best, I think.
Yeah.
And then another thing for Dream Doll, I believe, Corey, you can talk about this one.
I just want it.
But specifically, what do you want about
With the evolved frame.
Yes. Yes.
I want the evolved frame.
And I think it'll possibly happen. I think Anime North is popular enough that when he starts doling out the evolved frames, I think she'll be one of the ones that will be sold with a body.
Well, I keep waffling between Anime North and Never Say Never, honestly.
Never Say Never is a great one too.
Never Say Never, the one with the little bird.
Yeah, with the little mark. Yeah, they're both beautiful dolls.
And honestly, when the semi-reels first came out, I wasn't really a big fan, but they have seriously grown on me since I've been seeing them in person. So I'm having a real hard time between the anime and the semi-real versions anymore.
Yeah, I was the same way.
I do prefer the anime version of North over the semi-real version of North.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I was a big advocate for anime styled in Smart Doll. And then when the semi-reels came out, they were okay. They weren't that bad, but they didn't really speak to me. And then as Danny Chu went on and making other iterations of semi-reels, they started, like you said, they started growing on me. And I'm like, oh, a lot of these are starting to be really, really nice. Like, I'm starting to really like these semi-reels. So now I'm kind of torn between the two.
Genesis is the one for me. She's Dauntless.
Yeah, Dauntless.
Oh, yeah, Dauntless. And the two of them that came out together, Dauntless and Nostalgia, the two of them, very beautiful semi-reels.
Yeah, Gigi's in there. Sorry.
So yeah, I mean, I can't wait. You and me and everybody else in the doll world are waiting for that evolve. We are all waiting for that evolve.
Yeah.
Corey.
And I want my pocket. I made
and Anna wants the pocket.
I made an agreement with Danny that if he came out with a smaller Smart Doll, originally it was supposed to be 1/6, but I was like, I'm okay with an MSD size, right? That's 16 to 18. I would sell all my Barbies.
Does he know about this?
Yes. Yes, I have made it known, and I've got some really nice Barbies.
And if he didn't know about it for whatever reason, he knows now. It's now on YouTube.
The Cat Ray Barbies, they're gone. Silkstone Barbies out the door.
And last but not least, Kanata and Kizuna, but specifically, you guys want them in pluses.
Yeah.
I don't think either of these ladies have been in plus for this version, at least. Kanata never got a plus, I don't think, and the OG Kizuna had a plus, but not the anniversary.
Not anniversary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we also need them in pocket size too.
This is purely for photography purposes.
We need Kit and Kat in all the sizes.
We need Kit and Kat in all the sizes. You hear that, Danny? If you're watching this at some point, pockets. When are they coming, Danny? When are they coming?
The Barbies are ready to go on eBay. They know their days are numbered.
We
talk about it right in front of them.
They're right there.
So that's pretty much it. That's it for today's episode. We kind of had to steamroll it a little bit at the end because, as always, that's very popular with my show, is that we go on tangents a lot.
You guys are big champs for hanging out this long.
Yeah.
You guys in the chat.
All you guys in chat that's been hanging out here for the whole time, props to you guys. It was a long episode today. One of our longest episodes to date. And
oh, no.
I just want to go on record. This is exactly what I predicted. I knew that what did I say? How many hours did I say?
So, we're at the end of the show. As I said, thank you everybody that came to the stream live and has pretty much had stayed in the stream the whole time. I don't know if you guys can see it on your end, but I can see like on my end how many people are on, and it's pretty much been the consistent number of people this whole time.
Yeah, we've had the tablet up showing the
Yeah, so
Thank you guys, because this is so way past our bedtime.
yeah,
I
I
think
know.
we are kind of a
I-
little punch drunk at this point.
I feel bad keeping you guys up so late, but we
No, I had a great time.
as promised, the staple of my show is tangents. It's beyond the tangents. I'm calling it from now on because that's what we do on this show. We go off on things and talk about a lot of
No, I
things.
think-
We go get our sandwiches tonight, and we have a regular place they go to, and they know us, and they know him. And they, what are you guys up to? Oh, we're gonna get interviewed on the internet.
You don't need to change the name of this one. You just need to have another show and just call it Tangentially Yours.
Well, thank you. Thank you, KitnKatShop, and thank you, Anna and Corey, for being guests on my show today and, lending everybody your knowledge of, what it's like doing accessories and starting a business, and definitely talking just all in all, doll stuff with everybody tonight. Had a blast talking to you. Hopefully, if it's in the cards for the future, I'd like to have you guys back for some other topic or another, just to chat.
Not a problem. I would love that.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So thank you for coming, and thank you everybody else for coming. Any last words?
You, everybody in the chat. Thank you for your questions and your comments. I think there was a couple of things in there that you guys told me about that I wasn't aware of.
I think when I wake up, I might go back through the comments to see if we missed anything.
Oh yeah,
So-
there's definitely a
Leaving
few things that
comments.
we missed when we went on our little
Yeah.
tangents. So definitely check out the chat. But thank you
Thank
everybody
you
for coming.
For having us.
Thank you guys for coming. Really appreciate you guys participating, especially, taking time out of your busy day late at night to be on the show. I do appreciate it. So that's it from us. Thank you everybody, and have a good night,
guys.
everybody. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Night all.
Bye.
Bye.